I think that be around with my grandchildren is the most important thing to my heart, that I love them. I say to the young people, work out what you love to do and do it. I'm Biase Michele. I'm proud to be 94 years young. La dolce vita, the sweet life.
Good evening, it's Wednesday the 4th of May and here are our top stories. More Ukrainian evacuees from Mariupol reach safety as Russia unleashes a ferocious attack on the besieged city's steelworks. The European Union moves to ban Russian oil imports by the end of the year. North Korea fires a ballistic missile off its east coast days after warning it was speeding up its nuclear weapons program. And Papua New Guinea is making a bid to join the National Rugby League tournament. You're watching The World. Hello, I'm Manning Tsigas. A little later, we look at ways India may have to adapt as it suffers through a record-breaking heat wave. We start tonight with the latest on the war in Ukraine, and Russian forces are reported to be storming the bombed-out steel mill in Mariupol, the city's last pocket of resistance. The renewed push to take the mill came after 150 civilians were evacuated from the plant's underground tunnels after enduring weeks of shelling, though the Kremlin denies it is attacking the facility. Ukrainian authorities hope to evacuate hundreds more from Mariupol, a city almost fully under Russian control.
Relief and refuge. For months, these evacuees sheltered under the steel plant in Mariupol, not knowing if they'd ever get out.
Every night we went to sleep thinking whether we would wake up the next day.
When the shelling started, I was taken to the plant. They said it was safe there, but then it was encircled and we couldn't leave.
A ceasefire has allowed busloads of civilians to escape to the relative safety of Zaporizhia.
They've been living for 2 months in shelters with hardly any food, lack of water, didn't have a decent bath for 2 months.
Russia has resumed the assault on the Azovstal steel plant, where hundreds of Ukrainians are still trapped. This man, still inside the plant, says he found 2 bodies and saw dozens injured in a series of explosions.
See what happened? These 2 girls. What have they suffered for?
Heavy fighting in Kharkiv is making it difficult to recover the bodies of the victims of Russia's aggression. Ukraine's second-largest city has seen no reprieve since the start of the invasion. In the western city of Lviv, which has largely been spared so far, airstrikes have hit power stations, injuring several people and cutting off electricity in many districts. It's hoped more evacuation corridors will be set up, including those in Mariupol, but progress is slow. 100,000 people are still stranded in this ruined city.
They tell us to keep waiting. How can I leave my home? Let them blow me up here.
Each day brings more horrific proof that nowhere in Ukraine is safe right now. Nick Dole, ABC News, Dnipro.
And a short time ago, the mayor of Mariupol announced that there are still 30 children believed to be trapped in those tunnels underneath the steelworks. Meanwhile, the EU has unveiled proposals for new sanctions against Russia, including a ban on oil imports from the country. The measures are in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine.
Today, we are addressing our dependency on Russian oil, and let's be clear, it will not be easy, because some member states are strongly dependent on Russian oil, but we simply have to do it. So today, we will propose to ban all Russian oil from Europe. This will be a complete import ban on all Russian oil, seaborne and pipeline, crude and refined.
The proposals need to be unanimously approved to take effect and are likely to be the subject of fierce debate. Defence officials in Japan and South Korea say North Korea has fired a ballistic missile off the country's eastern coast. The missile covered a distance of almost 500 kilometres before crashing into the Sea of Japan. Last week, Pyongyang vowed to speed up the development of their nuclear capability. The launch marks the country's 14th major weapons test this year and comes days before South Korea's President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol's inauguration. In the United States, a wave of protests has been set off by a leaked Supreme Court document which suggests abortion rights could be struck down. Chief Justice John Roberts has confirmed the document is genuine, but added that it doesn't represent the court's final decision. Pro-choice advocates fear tens of millions of women will lose their legal right to abortion if the landmark Roe v. Wade decision is overturned. North America correspondent Barbara Miller reports from Washington.
Many of these protesters have only known an America where there was a constitutional right to abortion, but that could be about to change.
Everyone should be here today. This is an attack on all people who can get pregnant.
A leaked document from the Supreme Court suggests after almost 50 years, the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling will be overturned.
I will say that as a person who wishes to end abortion in our land, that I am pleased with the results.
The draft opinion states that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. Its reasoning was exceptionally weak. The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision.
You know, if this decision holds, it's really quite a radical decision.
The President says he'll work on legislation in Congress to guarantee the right to abortion if Roe is overturned.
We have to work together.
But some activists say there's no time to go through the normal procedures.
Listen, if President Biden has to use the power of the, executive orders or whatever he needs, this is a 5-alarm emergency.
Your party, your choice.
Getting legislation through Congress would be incredibly difficult, even with the Democrats' current numbers. But the issue is pressing for the party because there's a raft of states who are primed to totally ban abortion if Roe v. Wade is overturned when the court publishes its final decision, likely at the end of next month. The court has confirmed the leaked document is authentic and announced an investigation. But for many people, the whodunit, today at least, is of little consequence because it's unlikely to change the outcome. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Washington.
Elon Musk has warned he could charge businesses to use Twitter when he takes over. The billionaire says the social media platform will always be free for casual users, but commercial and government users could be charged a small fee. Last week, the board of Twitter agreed to a $60 billion takeover offer from the Tesla CEO. Mr. Musk says there'll be some changes when he takes over, including relaxing the site's content restrictions and eradicating fake accounts. The first decision in the criminal prosecution over the deadly White Island volcano eruption has been handed down in New Zealand. 17 Australian tourists died in the tragedy in December 2019, as well as 3 international travellers and 2 local guides. Today, charges have been dismissed against New Zealand's National Emergency Management Agency. 11 other parties are facing charges and are due to go to trial in July next year. Let's get more now on the war in Ukraine and let's head to Lviv. Michael Borsackiu is a global affairs analyst and senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Michael, your time is always greatly appreciated. First off, you're in Lviv. What's the situation there after that major shelling that led to power cuts?
Good to be with you. Well, it's the city, like many Ukrainian cities, have an amazing ability to rebound. It was quite dramatic yesterday, I must say, the plume of smoke that I could see from my window here. But, as soon as the air raid siren stopped, people went back onto the streets and tried to resume life as best they could. Power came back, water, and so on. But, let there be no mistake. I think increasingly this is going to be the Russian kind of operational plan, is to use their long-range but not very precise weapons and artillery to strike at Ukrainian cities. I'm afraid that they're going to be turning more to this brute force. They are faced, after all, with a resolute opponent, and that's basically how their playbook has operated in other conflicts as well. So we do have a lot to worry about, and the West should be arming Ukraine as much as they can in order to stop these weapons from raining down on Ukrainian cities.
Now, the world has been watching the continued shelling of the Azovstal steel plant. A new wave of civilians have been evacuated from there, but we're hearing a convoy of buses have attempted to evacuate more civilians from Mariupol. What's the latest there?
Well, the Ukrainian government is correctly, I think, portraying these as, evacuation attempts, because we don't know whether they're successful until these actually reach government-controlled territory. But we're also hearing is that the evacuations are also happening through rebel-controlled territory, the Russian-backed rebels, and in these so-called filtration centers where people are interviewed, mistreated, and then sent to Russia. The numbers of people sent to Russia vary between 500,000, according to Mr. Zelensky, to up to 1 million, according to the Russians. So another worrying sign of how the Russians are treating civilians in this conflict.
Now, while all this is going on, the EU has unveiled its plan to ban Russian oil imports by the end of the year. Do you think that this is likely to happen? And if it does, what difference will it actually make?
Well, I hope so. I mean, because after all, Russia will be making more from oil exports this year than last year. But, Manny, if there's one thing we learned from the COVID pandemic is that there's very little unity within the European Union when it comes to life and death issues like COVID-19. So I'm not so sure we can expect total unanimity over this. It's symbolically very, very important, especially to the Ukrainians. That's what they've been calling for. But I think in many European countries that are still very reliant on fossil fuels, that it will take them much, much more time to adapt so they can say goodbye for good to Russian oil.
Now, the United States is warning Russia could formally declare war on Ukraine as early as next week on Monday, and it's also planning to annex the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. What would a declaration of war actually mean?
Well, I guess for one thing, it's it depends how you look at it. But from my point of view, this is a sign of desperation on behalf of Vladimir Putin, is that the war has not been going his way, and that he needs more men, more troops to execute this war. But I think it also is going to show us that the Russians are going to attack Ukraine even further, like I was saying at the beginning, with this brute force. This can include, it's quite chilling, everything from carpet bombing of cities like Mariupol to forced evacuation of people to Russia, forced deportation rather. Also the use of those long-range missiles that we saw yesterday here in Lviv. Yes, the strike last week in Kiev with those missiles showed us how inaccurate they are. It hit an apartment building rather than the intended target. So again, my fears are very acute that the Russians will be using indiscriminate bombing to fight this war against the Ukrainians.
Michael, it was World Press Freedom Day yesterday, a good time to remember the 9 journalists that we know of who've been killed since the Russian invasion began. Put that number into context for us. How dangerous has Ukraine become for the press?
Extremely dangerous. Reporting was already the most dangerous profession in the world, if you look at the numbers. And if this was 2021, Ukraine would be tied with Afghanistan for having the most number of journalist deaths of a single country. At the moment, the numbers range from about 9 or 10 so far to as many as 20 plus. But if you take the lower figure, it still would represent 20% of all journalists killed worldwide last year. So a lot of concern here among journalists that they are being deliberately targeted, which, by the way, is a war crime. So I think you're going to be seeing them taking even extra precautions to remain safe. But of course, eyes on the ground by the world media here is crucial for the world to know what's going on.
Michael Boursiquot, these are dark times, but we're very grateful that you're still able to shed some light for us. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
More now on the latest missile launch by Pyongyang on the Korean Peninsula. North Asia correspondent James Oaten reports.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has shown no signs of softening his stance. He's talked recently about fast-tracking the country's nuclear weapons program and launching preemptive strikes against the country's enemies. The latest missile only flew for around 15 minutes before crashing into the Sea of Japan. It's one of many tested this year. In March, North Korea launched an intercontinental ballistic missile, the first since 2017. Experts suspect the country is trying to develop missiles that can evade other missile defence systems.
North Korea's recent remarkable development of nuclear missile-related technologies is not only unacceptable for the security of Japan and the region, but North Korea's slew of actions, including its repeated launches of ballistic missiles, threaten the peace and security of our country, region, and the international community.
This launch comes less than a week before the inauguration of South Korean President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol. He's vowed to take a much harder stance against the North. The posturing from Pyongyang is only hardening views against the regime. The United States is expected this month to push for more sanctions at the UN Security Council, but China and Russia are unlikely to agree.
James Oaten reporting there. Liberal Senator and former Major General Jim Molan has told the ABC it's possible China could defeat the United States very quickly if there was ever a war between the two superpowers. Speaking to Stan Grant, he also says Australia could easily become collateral damage in such a conflict in our region.
We're very much likely to be collateral damage, and we have got to very strongly prepare for the kind of collateral damage in the first instance. But this is a bit like, you know, and until, Stan, we actually start to look at the specifics, because I would say, and American generals say, that China could beat the United States in our region very, very quickly. They conduct war game after war game after war game. And in their crude terms, they say in each of these war games, we get our arse handed to us. So this is, and they've been asking Congress for money. They've got some of that money now, but their bases in Guam, in China, in Guam, in South Korea and in Japan are terribly, terribly vulnerable. So it doesn't become an issue of should Australia join in a war with China against the United States. Mate, it might be over by the time we notice it. China has the capacity to smash us and to smash the West in space, by cyber, by missile attacks on various bases, and also on and then to solidify so that any American counter-thrust could be well and truly stopped. This is what American generals are saying from their own war games that they're conducting.
Papua New Guinea is making a bid to join the National Rugby League tournament. The PNG government launched a proposal to enter a team in the NRL at an event in Port Moresby alongside the governing body of the country's Rugby Football League.
We know that it will be a very competitive process with NRL bids from other Australian and New Zealand interests, but we are confident that our bid will be successful.
The New Zealand Warriors is currently the only team in the competition based outside of Australia. PNG has a team, the Hunters, competing in a lower tier league in Queensland. PNG unsuccessfully made a bid to join in 2009, but now believes it has strong credentials to join the league by 2030. The major banks have wasted no time passing on higher interest rates to home loan borrowers. They've been slower and less clear about increasing deposit rates for savers and about changes to business loans. But many employers are expecting the future will bring more financial pain.
Business at this florist is booming, but there are less rosy times ahead. Interest rates are on the rise, and that means less money in people's pockets.
We rely on the customers to bring in the money so we could pay for electricity, water, rent to feed ourselves, to put food on the table, to pay our staff.
All four of the big banks will pass on the interest rate hike in full to home loan borrowers. Existing customers with an average variable rate will see it jump from 2.92% to 3.17%. The main lenders are yet to make a call on business loans. They've also been slow to lift rates for savers, announcing just some accounts will benefit.
Deposits are at an all-time high on the back of COVID. In fact, the deposits from households is now totalling $1.26 trillion. But the irony is, the more money we save, the less likely the banks are to offer competitive rates.
The big question is, how high will rates go? The nation's biggest lender expects the cash rate to hit 1.6% by February next year. The Reserve Bank says it could climb to 2.5% over time. It's a far cry from the RBA's repeated assurances that it wouldn't rise until 2024.
The Reserve Bank did give a clear signal to businesses and homeowners that rates would be lower for longer. It needs to always frame things in terms of uncertainties, and I think in this case they made a big mistake in not doing that.
This cafe owner agrees. He's about to be hit on several fronts.
I've got every loan you can think of, actually. I've got a home loan, business loan, etc.
And he's got a message for politicians.
Just help us. I mean, we had 2 years of pain.
More cost of living pressures served up on the eve of a federal election. Rihanna Whitson, ABC News.
Voters in the Philippines will head to the polls on Monday to elect their next leader. The successful candidate will succeed controversial President Rodrigo Duterte, whose 6-year term ends later this month. Polls suggest the son of 20th century dictator Ferdinand Marcos Sr. is likely to secure the most votes. But politics professor at Philippines Diliman University, Aries Arugay, says it's still an open race.
The latest survey was conducted in the middle of April, and I think according to exit polling in previous elections, there are almost around 30 to 40% who decides at the last stage of the campaign. So I think it's not a foregone conclusion because surveys only reveal voting intentions, and this particular campaign has been fast evolving day by day. So I wouldn't count the other candidates, particularly the second place candidate, out of the race yet.
Now, Bongbong is the son of Ferdinand Marcos Sr., a dictator who was famously toppled from power and forced into exile with his family. Talk us through how the Marcos family name still holds such massive influence in the Philippines, despite all that controversy that surrounds it.
There's a combination of factors. First, the Marcoses were allowed to accumulate power over time. It just so happens that they have become more prominent in the past couple of years, but the Marcoses have been gradually building their political base. This is why Bongbong Marcos did not run for president, even if he has the popularity in 2010 or 2016. The second factor is Duterte himself. He has fostered the conditions conducive to populist, authoritarian, and strongman rule that made the Marcos brand name attractive. And finally, it's the massive disinformation infrastructure that was built by the coalition between Duterte and Marcos that somehow was successful to a certain extent in revising the dark years of martial law in the minds of many ordinary Filipinos.
Now, meanwhile, the closest rival, Leni Robredo, has secured some pretty big endorsements herself, and she's managed to get some pretty big turnouts at her rallies as well. Some analysts believe that the latest polls may not reflect how much support she actually has. What's your take on that?
Right. I think in this particular campaign, surveys no longer occupy or monopolize the ability to somehow give us a glimpse of possible electoral outcomes. There are other metrics like, for example, Google Trends or trends in Wikipedia, wherein we actually see an opposite situation. Leni Robredo is actually leading and Marcos is trailing behind in Google Trends, for example. And we know that Google Trends have predicted elections in other countries.
Now, Robredo has been pushing for a debate with Marcos, who has been refusing. Some say that while Marcos is at home in front of crowds and at rallies, he wouldn't do particularly well in a one-on-one setting, whether it's a debate or a media appearance. Are they right?
Yes, because in the past, we know that this presidential contest is a rematch of the vice presidential contest between Marcos and Robredo in 2016. And there have been insinuations that Marcos didn't really do well in the debates, was actually traumatized with how he was treated by other vice presidential candidates. And for sure, if he participated in major presidential debates with the other contenders, that would be the scenario. But campaign rallies don't really give us the ability to critically examine what Marcos Jr. has been offering, and that has been lacking in his campaign.
Now, Marcos's running mate is Sara Duterte Carpio, the daughter of outgoing President Rodrigo Duterte. What will it mean for the Philippines if this duo is elected, these two big names, these two big political dynasties?
So we're talking about, I think, the most formidable dynastic alliance ever in Philippine contemporary politics, because we're talking about two offsprings of two strong men or two populist authoritarian leaders, Ferdinand Marcos Sr. and Rodrigo Duterte. I call this a cartel of dynasties. And this is why this elections is important, because we're not just talking about the next 6 years, the next term of a presidency. We might actually be talking the consolidation of this dynasty cartel in its grip on Philippine politics beyond 6 years and possibly for a very long time.
Now, is Rodrigo Duterte likely to remain in the mix given his daughter's position?
Well, Rodrigo Duterte has said that he will retire silently, and he actually has not formally endorsed any candidate for the presidency, something that has surprised many, given that his daughter is running with Marcos Jr. However, I wouldn't count Rodrigo Duterte out, because he has political interests to protect beyond his term. And in the Philippines, former presidents have landed themselves in jail and were incarcerated. So we will have to see.
Some very interesting times ahead. Aries Aruge, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
A psychologist has testified that US actor Amber Heard suffered post-traumatic stress disorder from violence inflicted by her ex-husband Johnny Depp. Depp is suing Heard for libel over an article she wrote claiming to be a victim of domestic abuse. He argues it was implied that he was the perpetrator. Amber Heard's psychologist says Depp sexually assaulted his partner. Her testimony contradicts that of a psychologist hired by Depp's lawyers, who said Heard was faking her symptoms and suffered from borderline personality disorder.
The main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviours.
Pop star Guy Sebastian has begun giving evidence in a Sydney court against his former manager. Titus Day is accused of stealing $1 million from the singer, but his lawyer claims the charges are misconceived and authorities may have been seduced by Guy Sebastian's high profile in pursuing their investigation.
After a 2.5-year wait, Guy Sebastian today had his voice heard in court.
Sorry guys, can't speak.
He stared down the man who was by his side during his meteoric rise to fame after Australian Idol. For a decade, Titus Day managed the chart-topping singer until a hostile breakup. Mr. Day was arrested at his Bondi home in 2020 and is standing trial in the district court, accused of embezzling over $1 million from Mr. Sebastian. The jury was shown bank transfer records which the Crown says prove Guy Sebastian wasn't paid, either in part or full, for multiple performances. They include a Taylor Swift tour and a private wedding in Venice. Mr. Sebastian told the jury Titus Day took control of almost every aspect of his professional affairs, including the execution of contracts. Crown Prosecutor David Morters SC asked, "Was it the case that you read through every document that was presented for you to sign?" "No," Mr. Sebastian replied. He went on to say, "One of the benefits of my manager was he was a contract lawyer, so I trusted he wouldn't do so unless it was ready to be signed." Defence lawyer Dominic Toomey SC told the jury there is an answer to every one of the charges Titus Day is facing. He even questioned whether investigators were willfully blind or seduced by Guy Sebastian's high profile. The music star will take the stand again tomorrow. Jake Lapham, ABC News, Sydney.
13 members of a Chinese expedition team have reached the highest point of Mount Everest. The group successfully set up a meteorological monitoring station at an altitude of 8,830 metres. Their site will replace a similar station set up by British and American scientists just a few metres below. Researchers are collecting various samples of snow and ice from the summit to assess environmental changes in the region. You're watching The World. The top stories that we're following tonight. The UN pledges to help more civilians evacuate a besieged steel mill in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol as Russia launches fresh attacks. The EU proposes its toughest measures yet against Russia, including a ban on Russian oil and war crime sanctions. And Papua New Guinea is making a bid to get a team into the National Rugby League competition by 2030. More now on the evacuation of those civilians who were trapped for more than 2 months beneath the rubble of a steelworks in eastern Ukraine. The evacuees spent weeks without seeing daylight, living in tunnels beneath the factory complex in the besieged city of Mariupol.
Their journey from hell is over. 2 months of horror ends in exhaustion and relief. Katarina spent weeks hidden in the depths of the Azovstal steel plant as Russian bombs pounded the site. She tried to tell her children that everything would be okay, even when she didn't believe it herself.
How we were living, to be honest, it was horrible. From morning until night we were bombarded. Artillery, rockets, airstrikes. Our children couldn't sleep. They were crying. They were scared, and us as well. There were several times when we were losing hope that we would never get out. We are extremely glad to be in Ukraine.
For more than 60 days, these women and children were stuck in the darkness, living on rations handed down by Ukrainian soldiers. It's been a difficult and complex operation to free them.
We lived in hope that every day would be the last day in this hell, that we would go home to a peaceful Mariupol, but now it is non-existent.
This evacuation represents rare progress to ease the humanitarian cost of this war, but hundreds more did not manage to make it on this bus. They are thought to still be trapped within the steel plant, including around a dozen children, and talks are still underway to free them. Just hours after the group left the Azovstal plant, the Russian bombardment continued. Smoke billowed over Mariupol, a city that's already a charred shell. There are thought to be nearly 100,000 people still here.
I don't know where to go at all. I am not alone. Imagine, everything is destroyed, everything is broken. Where should the people go now? Here, they are sitting there with small kids, with little ones. I've got nowhere to go.
For those who have made it out, finally they have fresh food and a little hope. Lives have been saved today, but many more hang in the balance.
Questions are mounting in India over what policies are needed to stem the impacts of severe heat waves. Scorching temperatures have blanketed the country's north in recent weeks, killing dozens of people. Climate scientists say urgent policy changes are needed to contain the heat, with the cycle expected to get worse in coming years. Joining me now is Ulka Kelkar, the Director of Climate at the World Resources Institute in India. Ulka, thanks very much for joining us this evening. What makes this heat wave different from previous years?
Well, this year the heat wave has come very early. Normally, we get heat waves in May or June, and the monsoon, which arrives in India at the beginning of June, provides some relief. But this year, the heat wave has come early. Schools are still open. They're not yet closed for the summer vacations. In terms of farming, the soil is at its driest. So it's really a time when people are not normally prepared for these kinds of temperatures. The other difference is the duration, which has gone on for a very long time.
Now, are these heat waves expected to get worse over time? And if so, how bad are we talking here?
It's hard to say, really. There are really two factors going on over here. One is that we have what is called the urban heat island effect. We are building up more areas, which used to be green or just lakes and water bodies. But the other is the longer-term effect of climate change. The IPCC's report tells us that the number of days which are more than 35 degrees Celsius in a year could go up by 50 or 60 days more. So this is something that definitely is to be concerned about, because what you're talking about is more days of extreme heat temperature without relief. Also warmer nights when people who are working out in the field, according to, in fact, a recent estimate, half of India's population works outside in fields or factories or construction labor. So this is something that is really something that we need to prepare for as we go forward.
Just on that point, on a global scale, India is said to be one of the most heat-stressed nations in the world, and the economic harm that will come to it as a result is said to be worse than in other countries. Until now, what has the Indian government done nationally to combat this?
So definitely on the heat action plans, there was one city called Ahmedabad, which came up with a heat action plan about 10 years ago. And since then, about 20 other cities have followed suit. So in terms of providing emergency medical relief, providing shelter, schooling, there are plans. But if we recognize that this is a problem that's being caused by climate change, then the fact that India is warmed by 1 degree Celsius, this is because of emissions that have happened in the past from the developed countries. So I would argue that the best form of combating this problem is for all countries to try to reduce their emissions as urgently as possible. Obviously, this is not easy. It will take time, but there is no other way around it. In the short term, what countries like India can do is make sure that we leave enough space for nature in our cities, and we leave a little room for the way we build our buildings and infrastructure, so that there is a way to cope with the extreme heat.
The climate crisis affects basically every area of government policy. What do you think is the most pressing concern that needs attention immediately? You've mentioned a few there, but what other directions can they go in?
Well, obviously, the most important one that has been at the top of everybody's minds is the need to replace fossil fuel energy by renewable sources of electricity. Now, as you would know, India doesn't have very large domestic reserves of oil and gas. It doesn't have any nuclear. Just 2% of electricity comes from nuclear. So bulk of our electricity right now comes from coal. And we're a developing economy. A lot of the electricity required for lighting, for cooling, for our factories, all of this, even from transport, is going to come from fossil fuel electricity unless, as we're doing, increase the amount of renewable capacity. Now, this is planned to be increased 3 times to 500 gigawatts in just under 10 years. But again, a lot of this depends on a lot of things happening in terms of financing, in terms of the right policies to be in place. But I would argue that that's really one of the most important.
And there have been calls for India to also address problems surrounding its most vulnerable citizens who are at higher risk from these conditions. So we're talking senior citizens, the urban poor, outdoor workers that you mentioned earlier. How can this be done?
So India is a very large country, and a lot of this kind of implementation needs to happen at a very local scale. So not just state governments, but district governments, cities, and even villages. I mean, just to give you a simple example, at a village scale, you need to provide fodder and water for livestock, which becomes very scarce when there is a drought-like or a heat wave situation. So a lot of requirement of empowering the local levels of government, but city action plans definitely that take into account not just the current heat wave, but also the risk of these kinds of episodes increasing and becoming more and more frequent. And the need to integrate across different departments. As you said yourself, climate change affects every walk of life. So we need departments that don't necessarily traditionally be involved in climate change impacts, climate change policy implementation. So the health department, the biodiversity department, the urban development department, all of these need to work together and come up with an integrated plan.
And what about the agricultural sector? Because farmers in India have been raising their voices a lot as of late. Are there any additional measures that can be put in place to help them as well?
So farming is, of course, in India, almost entirely rain-fed. About 2/3 of our farming depends on the rainfall. So any change in the onset date of the monsoon, in the way a farmer has planned their irrigation patterns, all of it could have major implications. Just today, we heard from the Food Secretary that wheat production is likely to be down 5% as a result of this heat wave. Tomato cultivation is in the news a lot because the prices have gone up. So definitely there are problems. I think what is really required is policies to conserve water and soil, and also to connect farmers with markets so that they're able to get better prices.
Ulga Kelko, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
The Prime Minister has shrugged off criticism he's a, quote, buffoon for labelling the New South Wales anti-corruption watchdog a kangaroo court. And Scott Morrison denies he's broken an election promise from the last campaign in failing to set up a federal integrity commission. From Canberra, here's political reporter Matthew Doran.
Yes, look at all those pretty lights. During a campaign, leaders are under the watchful gaze of all Australians. Yes, hello, you're keeping a good eye on me, aren't you? While receiving some frank feedback too.
Those buffoons who have repeatedly described this commission as a kangaroo court, it is deeply offensive to the hard-working staff of the commission.
A man whose workplace has been repeatedly pilloried by the Prime Minister, insistent Mr Morrison doesn't know how his agency works.
It undermines the institution.
He can say whatever he likes. I'm not easily offended.
It's an extraordinary statement to make.
The Prime Minister not repeating his colourful criticism today, even though it has featured on the campaign.
I'm not going to introduce a kangaroo court. I stand by what I've said. I just don't think that their model is the right model at a federal level.
The Prime Minister's objection, public hearings, which he claims tore down a popular premier in Gladys Berejiklian. Labor argues open inquiries are vital.
The reason why there is no National Anti-Corruption Commission is sitting all in his front bench and behind him.
The Prime Minister has legislation ready to go, but it's friendless, considered weak and secretive, and he's refusing to introduce it to Parliament unless Labor expressly backs it first. The Prime Minister's possible calculation here is that matters of integrity are further down the list of priorities for voters. And while that may be true in parts of the country, some of his colleagues are nervous about his language, particularly those facing challenges from independent candidates campaigning on an anti-corruption platform.
Would you use the words kangaroo court to describe that body?
I would use different words.
Labor's pledging to legislate an integrity body within 6 months if it wins office. Matthew Doran, ABC News, Canberra.
Authorities are investigating fraudulent claims for disaster payments in the wake of floods in Queensland and New South Wales. Experts say scam activity increases after a natural disaster hits as fraudsters lodge fake claims for assistance.
This year, floodwaters hit Gympie twice in just 2 months. But as waters receded, the letters came flooding in.
8, 9, 10, 11, there's 12 there.
Gympie pensioner Len Kipax is one of a number of residents who've received letters from government agencies addressed to strangers.
I've lived here for 20 years and I've never heard of these people.
In the past few weeks, he's received more than 30. His only roommate is his dog, Boss.
Another one today. Marvellous.
Ange Gillam has also been receiving mystery letters at her home.
It was really quite dodgy, but I know for a fact that these people have never lived in this home.
Experts say the letters are likely to be part of fraudulent applications for disaster assistance. Scammers use an address in an affected town to apply for healthcare and concession cards and lodge claims for flood payments.
Often it's the address that matters most because you need to situate yourself within the disaster to access payments. That's often a starting point.
Flood-affected Lismore is also being targeted.
Whenever there is a disaster, unfortunately natural or man-made, we do tend to see scams and fraud follow it.
Services Australia says it's aware of fraudulent claims and is investigating. It's upsetting for those who know locals truly in need of help.
I hear those stories every single day of how much they've lost. And yeah, to hear that people are taking advantage of them, yeah, really breaks my heart.
Meg Bolton, ABC News, Gympie.
Patient groups say the focus in this election needs to urgently shift to health. Both major parties have announced a few health initiatives, but experts say there's been nothing substantial so far that would significantly improve patient care.
Health's been top of most people's minds the last 2 years.
Roll up your sleeve nice and high if you can, please.
With the system under unprecedented strain.
Well done.
We've seen really no clear vision from either party as to how the very foreseeable challenges that are ahead of us and that, of course, are here with us right now are going to be addressed by a future government.
So what has been announced? Both sides say they'll cut the cost of drugs on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. The maximum price is currently $42.50. The coalition will slash that by $10, Labor by $12.50.
We know that people are foregoing healthcare now because they've got to buy food, they've got to buy petrol, they've got to pay their rent.
Both sides have also promised to increase access to the seniors' health card. So far, the coalition has promised $146 million to better support the rural workforce and expand rural medical care. Labor has pledged $135 million for 50 after-hours urgent care centres to keep people out of hospitals. The coalition says it supported GPs and patients by making telehealth permanent. Labor says it will support more overseas trained doctors to increase access to care in outer suburban and regional centres. But many health experts say this won't fix the core issues. Patient groups want Medicare revamped, so patients with chronic conditions can get coordinated care from various practitioners, all at a nominated GP practice.
Which political party is going to deliver a healthcare system that is more equitable but is sustainable going forward? I think these are the questions that Australians want answered.
The parties have less than 3 weeks to answer them before election day. Sophie Scott, ABC News.
Support for an Indigenous voice to Parliament is growing among voters from all major parties, according to data gathered by Vote Compass. In 2017, the coalition government rejected a proposed Indigenous body that would advise Parliament on policies affecting First Nations people. The ABC data shows that since the last election, support among coalition voters has grown by 5 percentage points.
It was the Uluru Statement from the Heart that first called for an Indigenous body to advise lawmakers on policies affecting First Nations people.
We call for the establishment of a First Nations voice enshrined in the Constitution.
The coalition government rejected that shortly after it was put forward in 2017. But public support for the proposal is now growing.
Vote Compass asked whether you think Australia should establish an Indigenous body to advise lawmakers on policies affecting Indigenous peoples. 72% of respondents support a change in the Constitution to make this happen. That's up from 64% at the last election.
More and more Australians are understanding all of the different issues that impact and affect the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Women are more likely to support the move, with 83% agreeing a voice to Parliament is necessary, compared to just 62% of men. Labor voters are significantly more likely than coalition voters to back a change. Greens voters remain the most supportive.
Despite growing support among voters, the coalition has refused to support a referendum on a voice. Instead, it's promised to establish dozens of regional advisory bodies. Labor has committed to a referendum, but not a timeline.
There is a misalignment between what the majority of Australians are saying about the voice and the position of political parties.
The destruction of the Juukan Gorge rock shelters in 2020 led to a national awakening on the importance of cultural heritage protection.
Vote Compass asked whether you thought Indigenous people should have the right to veto mining projects on their traditional land.
Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people having a say and having agency in what they do on their land is absolutely paramount when it comes to reconciliation.
68% of respondents agreed they should be able to, while 21% said they should not.
That's not necessarily reflected in the policy positions of the major parties.
Take part in Vote Compass. Go to ABC Online and see how your views align with the major parties.
To sport, and hometown hero Jack Robinson has won the Margaret River Pro Surfing title, along with fellow Australian Isabella Nichols, who triumphed in the women's event. Robinson beat event favourite Hawaii's John Florence in solid waves in front of a parochial home crowd.
It certainly wasn't lacking for waves, with the action seemingly non-stop in between. This year's Margaret River Pro coincided with the easing of the WA's COVID health restrictions, allowing spectators to breathe easy and come out in droves. 11-time world champion Kelly Slater came into the event hoping to finally jag a Margaret River crown. But a win here again proved elusive for the 50-year-old on what could be his last competitive visit to Western Australia. Organisers brought the event down to the wire, rolling the dice on one last swell to help set the scene for a finals day to remember. Gracetown's Bronte Macaulay rode a wave of support through to the semi-finals, but was unable to move past Isabella Nichols, who paid tribute before heading out for a finals clash with Hawaii's Gabriella Bryant.
Honestly, I don't feel like this moment's real right now. I've dreamt about this my whole life, and for this to actually be happening right now, I feel like I'm still in bed at home asleep.
Despite flashes of brilliance from all the other last men standing on finals day, it seemed fitting for Margaret River's Jack Robinson and his good mate John Florence to square off for the win. It was a bold display of power surfing from both, but the local lad took the win. Robinson now moves to third on the title rankings ahead of the next stop in Indonesia. Anthony Pancia, ABC News, Margaret River.
Liverpool has overcome a scare to book its place in the final of soccer's European Champions League after defeating Villarreal 3-2 in Spain. Up 2-0 from the first leg, the Reds found themselves level on aggregate after two first-half goals from the Spaniards that got the home crowd roaring. But after the break, a goal to Fabinho was followed by a header from Luis Diaz and a breakaway strike from Sadio Mane that sealed the tie. The result keeps alive Liverpool's hopes of winning all four major trophies in one season. The National Basketball League's most valuable player, Jalen Adams from the Sydney Kings, says he's going to give his all in the grand final against the Tasmanian Jackjumpers on Friday. The Kings are looking to win their first grand final in 17 years, while the Jackjumpers could make history by winning the title in their first year in the NBL. Adams is a former NBA player who came to the Kings this season to rejuvenate his career and has been instrumental to the team's success. He says he's excited his family will be flying out from Maryland to watch the finals.
I'm going to play my heart out, and it's self-explanatory. It's the grand finals anyway, so, whether they were here or whether they weren't, I was going to turn up. But now they're here, so really got to turn it up.
The five-game series will move to Tasmania on Sunday before returning to Sydney for the third and possible deciding match next Wednesday. Disability advocates are calling for improvements to accessibility at all regional train stations ahead of the 2026 Commonwealth Games. The Games includes para events and will be staged at 4 regional Victorian hubs, highlighting the problems with accessibility around the state.
Former Paralympian Don Elgin can't wait for the Commonwealth Games to arrive in his home state in 4 years' time.
What we're going to experience at these Games in particular is the fact that they're so diversified, they're spread out. So it's important that, we showcase the best of what we've got.
With para events to feature at the Games, Elgin sees an opportunity to shine a spotlight on public transport accessibility.
So the Games are going to come and go. The key is how do we get accessibility right for the bigger picture, for the greater good of our communities.
Ballarat is one of 4 regional host cities, but getting there could be difficult for people with a disability. The outside of the train station precinct has had a multi-million-dollar upgrade, but inside the station remains unchanged, forcing people who use wheelchairs to go to a rail crossing 100 metres away to switch platforms. Critics say heritage has been put ahead of accessibility.
A lot of money and effort has been put into upgrading stations between Melbourne and Ballarat, but Ballarat has just been left untouched, and I really don't know why.
20% of public transport users have a disability, and the state government agrees improvements are needed.
We've got so much more work to do, and there's without a doubt that the Commonwealth Games does give you that extra shot in the arm to get on and do it.
The state budget includes $22 million for accessibility upgrades across 5 Victorian train stations, but some, like Ballarat, haven't been funded. Advocates say it shouldn't take an event like the Games to force progress.
Our public facilities and transport in particular has to be inclusive and accessible to all.
The Commonwealth Games Federation did not respond to requests for comment. Laura Mayers, ABC News, Ballarat.
And now for a look at the national weather, here's Paul Higgins.
Well, during today, an inland trough has been triggering some showers and thunderstorms across parts of New South Wales and southern Queensland. Tomorrow, that trough will move east, so the rain will move near the coast Thursday and Friday, especially over the northeast of New South Wales and southeast Queensland. Tasmania will have soaking rain from Thursday afternoon into Friday, with a low winding up nearby. Closer in, dry in western Queensland, but the chance of showers elsewhere, especially over central and southeast parts. Afternoon showers in Brisbane. A few showers over the eastern half of New South Wales, especially in the northeast and the far southeast. Snow on the Alps down to 1,000 metres by the evening. In Canberra, a shower or two. Sydney will have afternoon showers. A shower or two for southern and mountain Victoria, and a few showers inland from mid-morning. Snow down to 900 metres later. In Melbourne, an afternoon shower or two. Showers over Tasmania, increasing the rain in western, southern and central areas tomorrow evening. 10 to 30 millimetres on the way to Hobart from lunchtime. Cool in SA, a few showers mostly about the southern agricultural area and near the Gulf coasts, the mid-north and also the southern Flinders Ranges, and a few showers for Adelaide. Most of southern Western Australia is in for a dry Thursday, but there will be some showers about the south coast and the Euclid coast. The chance of a shower or storm over the northern interior and eastern Pilbara, and possible showers about the Arnhem, northern Daly and Tiwi as well. In Darwin, mostly sunny.
Before we go, recapping our top stories, Ukrainian officials say heavy fighting continues at the Azovstal steelworks, where there are hopes for more civilian evacuations. The European Union has proposed its sixth and toughest round of sanctions against Russia, which includes a phased oil ban. And Papua New Guinea is making a bid to join the National Rugby League tournament. They aim to have a team in the competition by 2030. And that is your world for this evening. You can always watch the show on iView, and more world news and interviews can be found at the ABC's YouTube channel. I'm Manny Segas. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night.
The resurrection of a family that brought the Philippines to its knees.
Absolute power, there's absolute corruption.
Now the dictator's son is poised to be president.
Can't describe the energy that's here on the street for Bongbong Marcos.
The dynasty dividing the nation.
The young ones, they believe Marcos had a good government.
Social media has spread lies faster and further than facts.
Foreign Correspondent, tomorrow at 8 on ABC and ABC iView.
Coming up on Q&A, a one-on-one special with Anthony Albanese. Has he got what it takes to be our next Prime Minister? Is he doing enough to win your vote? Australia is facing some big challenges: rising living expenses, mounting government debt and threats to our national security. So, what is Labor's plan? This is your chance to put your questions directly to the opposition leader in the final stretch of the campaign.
Q&A, tomorrow 8:30 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Everybody say babies!
Babies! A new season brings new joy.
Congratulations.
And new romance.
What's all this?
The evidence suggests you've got an admirer.
But it's not all celebration.
Nonata's house is going private.
We have to find another way ahead, or Nonata's house will not be serving anyone.
And faith will be tested.
It is not my body that has failed.
Call the Midwife. Saturday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Have you tried Freeview? Click on the TV and discover all the amazing content across free-to-air TV in one easy place. Fresh episodes delivered daily and more new shows for you to search and enjoy than anywhere else in Australia. We've got over 50,000 episodes and more than 30 channels to choose from, all 100% free. And Freeview is available right here on your TV. Find out how you can Freeview today. Visit freeview.com.au.
Building a home causes a range of emotions.
What? Mad? Wow.
Some visions are meticulously planned.
Every inch so well crafted. This is exactly what I hoped it would be.
That is magic. I mean, proper magic.
Others just go with the flow.
Drunken eBay purchase. It's going to be really urban meets rural.
How are you going to do it?
Not sure yet.
All new grand designs. Sunday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Liam, this is Andy, and he's the father of our child.
Welcome, the love of my life, but also now very old.
We've been neighbours for years.
And yet I barely know you.
Sometimes life just happens.
I'm having my baby!
It arrives.
We can't go on like this.
I know. And you just have to deal with it.
Go find yourself. I feel like a therapist. You make a terrible therapist.
There's a whole part of me you've never seen.
Life, Sunday, ABC TV and ABC iView. Tuesday.
Justice Opaz was shot with a .22 caliber weapon.
A must-see true crime series begins.
There's some people who are so disturbed by marriage breakdown, they seek revenge.
How did an abusive husband get away with murder?
I gotta run, or else he's gonna kill me.
For more than 30 years.
This series of crimes is unparalleled in Australian history.
The Family Court Murders, Tuesday 8:30 on ABC TV and on ABC iView.
For the latest on the federal election, go to ABC News Digital.
Policy announcements and how they impact you.
Profiles of every electorate, including yours.
Anthony Green's guide to the key seats.
You Ask, We Answer is back, and you can see what other Australians are asking.
There's our new Get Ready to Vote checklist, plus live blogs and notifications so you won't miss a thing.
For election news that matters to you, go to abc.net.au/Australia Votes or download the ABC News app.
Hello, Manny Tsigas with the top stories on ABC News. The economic blame game continues following yesterday's interest rate rise, which all Big Four banks have passed on. The PM insists the rise was inevitable, while Labor argues it can keep inflation contained. Cost of living was front and centre as the Treasurer debated his Labor counterpart. A 3-year-old girl is in a critical condition after being left on a bus for several hours outside a childcare centre in central Queensland. Emergency services found the toddler unconscious. Police are investigating. The US President has vowed to fight for abortion rights following the leak of an explosive Supreme Court draft document. The leaked draft is authentic, but the Supreme Court says it doesn't represent a final decision to overturn the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling. If overturned, abortions could become illegal in more than 20 states. And there's been a double Australian surfing victory at the Margaret River Pro in Western Australia. The Sunshine Coast's Isabella Nichols survived a mid-season cut to take out her first ever championship win. And Margaret River's Jack Robinson beat out event favourite John Florence from Hawaii. And those are the latest stories. For more, visit our website abc.net.au/news. I'm Manny Tsigas. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to The Drum. I'm Ellen Fanning. Coming up, cost of living, wasteful spending and promises to build dog parks. The two men vying for control of the nation's coffers square off in the Treasurer's debate. With New South Wales teachers striking, we look at why it's so difficult for public servants to get a pay rise. And we speak with author Antoinette Lattouf about how to lose friends and influence white people dealing with racism in everyday life. Joining me on the panel tonight, Executive Director of the Public Education Foundation and Labor Party member David Hetherington. Good to see you.
G'day, Alan.
Just to keep it simple, another David, CEO of the Blueprint Institute and former New South Wales Liberal Party staffer, David Cross. Good to see you. Thanks for joining The Drum.
G'day, Alan.
In Melbourne tonight, partner at SEC Newgate Communications, Faye Yakandoyeni. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Ellen.
And always great to see in Melbourne as well, CEO of Snake, national voice for our children, Catherine Little. Hi, Catherine.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. And you can join us on Twitter using the hashtag The Drum, and we're on Facebook. Teachers in New South Wales have gone on strike for the second time in 6 months after negotiations with the state government ground to a halt.
And I say to our hardworking teachers out there, you do not need to follow the directions of union bosses. You can do the right thing tomorrow and stay in the classroom, knowing that the government is looking at addressing these issues in good faith, in a fair and reasonable way.
The unions say they are taking action over pay, working conditions and staff shortages. Among their demands is a 5 to 7.5% pay rise. Now that's far above the New South Wales government's public sector wage cap, which restricts public servants' annual pay increases to no more than 2.5%. Well, the state government has flagged they will deal with wage concerns from various public sector unions in the state's June budget. But this is just the latest of a series of industrial disputes between the state government and public sector workers, including nurses and midwives, rail workers and paramedics, all of whom are asking for better pay and conditions. And while it might seem that strikes are happening every couple of months in New South Wales, employment expert Andrew Stewart says the law makes it very difficult for workers to take lawful strike action in this country.
You have to convince the Commission that you've been genuinely trying to reach agreement. You have to apply for permission to hold a ballot of your members. You have to explain which questions you're going to ask. And at this point, the employer can object and try and have the ballot put off or not held at all. If you do get to hold the ballot, there's got to be a majority of the relevant members voting and a majority have to say yes. You've got to ask them not do you want to take industrial action, but you've got to outline every specific form of industrial action. And then if they say yes to those forms of industrial action, which is usually the case, then you've only got 30 days in which to start one of those forms of action. And any you don't start in the 30 days, you lose the right to take it. Then we get to the point where you're actually taking the action. You have to give at least 3 clear working days notice, and sometimes, in fact, 7 days notice to your employer. So the employer's always got a chance to be prepared. And in that period, again, the employer can try to go to the Commission or a court and have the action stopped. The employer can't lock out workers in a bargaining dispute from the get-go, but once those workers take industrial action, no matter what it is, no matter how small or mild it is, the employer can shut things down.
Professor Andrew Stewart there. I guess the surprise when you listen to all that, and he's a law professor from Adelaide, is that any strike ever occurs in Australia at all.
That's right. It's not something we've seen for years, many years. And in the last 6 to 12 months, we've seen strikes coming back in the workplace, particularly amongst public sector unions who are feeling this squeeze of the state wages caps.
OK, and so the minister we saw there said teachers should do the right thing and stay in the classroom, the implication being that taking this action is the wrong thing to do. Give us some context as to why you think they're doing it.
So there's really 2 parts to the argument, pay and conditions. The first piece around pay is that the current offer on the table from the state government is 2.04%. The challenge with that is inflation came out last week at 5.1. It's
going to 6 by the end of the year.
Yeah, and the RBA said yesterday going to 6. So implicitly there's a 3% real wage cut in what's on the table from the government now.
Nearly 4.
Yeah, indeed, and understandably, there hasn't been a review of teacher wages in New South Wales since 2004, so that's 18 years. Understandably, teachers are unhappy about that. But the second part is around working conditions and hours. Teachers are typically paid for a 6.5-hour day, and then there's 2 hours added into the week for what they call relief from face-to-face teaching, so preparation time. Recent studies said principals are working 62 hours a week and teachers are working 55. So there's about 20 hours a week unpaid in that mix. And teachers are saying the load has increased. There's a study out from the Grattan Institute in the last 12 months that shows how much the administrative and compliance load has increased and that they need more support, particularly as teaching needs to become more complex. You've got more students with wellbeing issues, you've got more students from backgrounds of languages other than English, experiencing trauma, autism spectrum disorder, disability. There's a range of conditions that are just more prevalent in classrooms than there were a generation ago.
David Cross, thank you for coming on the programme. Is it your first time on the programme?
It is indeed.
Up until recently, you worked for Sarah Mitchell, the New South Wales Education Minister.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
OK, so you've seen her on the screen there. She says she's frustrated and she's disappointed in the teachers for striking. If we have a think about what the surveys of the teachers is revealing, a poll of 10,000 from their union, 73% said their workload's unmanageable, 70% are considering leaving the profession, 90% don't think their pay reflects their expertise and responsibilities, 89% said staff shortages are very significant, and 82% said their workload is ballooning. Is there a clear understanding in the corridors of power that they're feeling that amount of pressure?
Yeah, look, I think there is, but I think we've got to unpack each of those concerns that the union has to kind of get to the bottom of it. Obviously, in relation to pay, I think it's a little bit more complex than we just need to put the pay rise on the table and everyone should be happy. I think of course, we've got rising inflation, and I do think, of course, the government needs to be flexible in relation to the wages cap in light of that. I think that most people would agree with that. But I think the real debate should come as to what that should look like. Now, we know what the union are proposing is that the teachers who have been in the system for the longest should get the largest pay rise. And I think that is a really flawed way of spending a huge amount of taxpayer dollars. I think there needs to be better ways to redesign the remuneration pathways to reward our teachers that are the most talented. And I think where government and unions often come to loggerheads, and on all sides of politics and in all states, is the unions are notoriously averse to looking at any kind of merit-based pay system within the teaching profession.
But is that really what the fight is about? I mean, isn't the fight about the dollars, not where the dollars are going, which teacher's going to get the pay increase and which teacher isn't? We're talking about increasing a cap from 2.5%, which is well below the level of inflation and has been stuck there for years and years.
Yeah, but I think the union well knows, from comments that clearly the Premier has made, but also from comments that the Minister has made, I think the union well knows that there's very significant consideration being given to what changes might happen there in relation to that cap. And obviously the Premier's alluded to wait till after the budget. I think you would find, were they to put a significant amount of money on the table but redesign what the remuneration pathways look like, I think you would still have a really significant conflict here. And I think they both need to be taken together. So I'm not denying that teachers can be better remunerated. Of course they can, and I think they should be, and I think the government needs to be flexible in relation to that cap, but that needs to also be married alongside how do we reward our most talented teachers. I mean, I know from my previous world, and also obviously in my current job at Blueprint, there are many teachers that want to leave the profession, yes, for some of the reasons that you mentioned, but also because they're very, very talented individuals who feel like the pathway to a really significant and senior role within the profession is hindered, and they don't feel like they're necessarily going to have their talent rewarded in a way that it might be elsewhere. And I think we need to recognise that. We need to make the profession faster and smoother and easier to get to the top for those who are most talented.
Is that the burning issue, Catherine Little, in education? You represent the voices of First Nations children in this country. We know from the New South Wales government, for instance, that 40,000 students were last year taught by a teacher a subject in which that teacher had no direct qualifications, and that we're going to end up with a situation where 1 in 8 students in New South Wales, I'm sure it's similar elsewhere, are taught by a teacher who has no direct qualifications in that subject.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying, isn't it? I think at the core of it is, I think fundamentally, Snake would argue that all teachers deserve to be valued. And, we do tend to stay in the early education space, and that's where we put primarily our focus. But in listening to the conversation, I don't think these two things, they're not mutually exclusive. And my understanding is that there are teaching scales, so teacher 1, teacher 2, specialised teacher, those sorts of things. So there are incentives in there. But when I listen to things like incentivising those pay scales, I don't know, part of me worries that that's a really commercial construct, and I'm not sure that is actually accessible to all teachers, to be perfectly honest. But at the very core of it is our teachers, all our educators deserve to be valued. And if you think about it again from the early childhood lens, if you're an early education specialist, you're on $33 an hour, and they are absolutely passionate about that space, but they are leaving the sector in droves, and it is a primary concern that they do not have enough money to be able to pay their rent, put their children into schools, all of those sorts of things that a lot of other professions take for granted.
David, talk to me about it. Is this a fight about how we're going to pay or teachers, or just the dollars, what we're going to pay them and what those conditions look like? Another stat I read today There's one college in Dubbo where in term 1, 1,400 class periods were affected by teacher shortages. And when you look at that, that's COVID and burnout.
Indeed. And that anecdote kind of rings true across New South Wales, certainly, and to differing extents across the country. I think if you ask
David Cross is sitting here saying, well, if we could all just agree about how to remunerate them and you know, on performance, not on longevity, then we wait to the budget, then everything will be all right.
If you ask the teachers much in Macquarie Street today, whether it was about the mechanics of the pay structure or whether it's about fundamentally how much teachers are paid and the hours and conditions which they work under, they'd definitely say the latter. First and foremost, this is about respect, I think, and the standing of professions like teaching and nursing in our community. What's happened over a couple of generations is the relative pay of those professions has fallen back. And, you know, with early childhood teaching, as we heard a moment ago, really never reached its appropriate levels. And so people are forced to look elsewhere. The workload is just driving people into the ground. Last week I sat across from someone in the teaching workforce who was in tears explaining to me how there's just no light at the end of the tunnel. They are working 7 days a week on reporting, class preparation, compliance, welfare issues. It increases, and teachers feel like they're not being valued by their employer, the state government, and maybe that's a reflection of, as a society, how we've kind of let our perception of those professions slide.
Quick response, David.
Yeah, if I can just quickly respond to that, though. I think just a couple of points. The first is obviously the people who have brought the teachers out onto the street is the Teachers Federation, and that's not to say that their members don't agree with them, but this is very much an organised and targeted strategy to elicit a response from the government. I think clearly there are elements of their concerns that are really valid, particularly around workload and particularly around the extent to which a teacher's day has become burdened by additional administrative measures that I think too often departments don't think about. I think when they come up with new policies that they implement, quite often the furthest thing...
Certainly agree with that, absolutely.
Yeah, quite often the furthest thing from their mind is how is whatever this changes we're going to implement going to take time out of a teacher's day, and I think that's a real problem. Having said all of this, and I'll preface this with saying, look, I do think there should be flexibility in the wages cap. I do think teachers should be better remunerated. We've also got to put it into context. You mentioned, David, teachers compared to other professions being really poorly remunerated and going backwards. I mean, I would respond to that saying, well, it depends on the profession. We've also got to remember that in New South Wales, for example, our teachers are paid amongst the highest in the OECD. There are lots of teachers on six-figure salaries. Now, admittedly, in cities like Sydney, you know, it's hard with the cost of living, but only 30% of households in Sydney earn that kind of amount. So I think we've got to put things into context when we say, is there room for remuneration growth? Absolutely. Does the salary cap need to be flexible? Absolutely. But we've also got to be aware of how we talk about this in the broader public when the government starts throwing around billions of dollars.
Okay. Let me go to Faye on the issue of strike action. Sarah Mitchell again, the Education Minister in New South Wales. I see fantastic teachers every day, but there's a process to work through. Industrial action doesn't serve any purpose in getting that outcome, does it?
Oh, it definitely does. I mean, industrial action isn't undertaken lightly in this era. It's so difficult, as we heard earlier, to jump through the hoops, to do it legally. And it's usually done because the workers don't feel they're being heard. And you've got to ask yourself that the New South Wales government is taking a high political risk response to this. There's three categories in our society that we trust before we trust politicians. We trust teachers, we trust nurses, and we believe we need police. And they are all public servants, and if you don't value them, then you lose the trust of the community. That's what government's for, to give us our teachers, our nurses, and our police. And these guys are going to fail. This strike would not have been taken lightly. To say the Teachers Federation is an industrial group, it is probably one of the most democratic unions I've ever come across. It's an educated membership. They understand completely what they're fighting for. To believe somehow that they're being led by some, storm the barricades, trouble at mill is just, it's just an artificial construct. These have real issues, and as a society, New South Wales cannot risk losing these valuable assets that have been trained by our tax dollar and need to live in the cities where they teach, pay the prices at the grocery store where they teach, and be part of their communities and add that value that we all need them to.
And are you, Catherine, seeing evidence on the other side of the classroom from children that their education is being affected by these stresses, some of them post-COVID stresses, some of them have been building for a long time in the teaching profession? Are you seeing this impacting educational outcomes?
Look, I'm not sure if you can draw quite that straight line, but what I do know is we are seeing the impact of early educators, and again, we specialise in the early education space. So we are seeing the impact of early educators leaving services because it stops their ability to be able to function. And that means we're stopping access at a really, really critical point in time. So the argument about paying teachers in the mainstream almost becomes defunct, because what will happen is that the children coming out of an early education system as they leave in droves will actually be coming into the school system much more vulnerable than they ever have been before. So I think that's what we're seeing is the stress of what is potentially going to happen if we don't get these structures right. So that is paying your early educators properly, paying your teachers properly, and really investing in our children, because our children, unlike adults, they don't sculpt their own lives. They have access to the services that are available to them. And quality teachers, aren't they awesome? Teachers can change your world. They can open doors for you. They are inspiring. They set trajectories. Why can't we invest in that?
As we've heard, the challenges faced by teachers have become more acute in the last 2 years, among them dealing with kids often focused on screens rather than on educators. The Drum's David Taylor has a lesson for us all in how kids are coping as they readjust to classroom teaching.
For centuries, chalk and talk was accepted as the way to teach kids. By the late 1980s, whiteboards and marker pens became the norm. The digital revolution then ushered in new ways of teaching students.
So despite our massive advances in technology, classrooms look much the same. You still have teachers, you still have students, and you still have learning of curriculum. And even though we will continue to have changes in our technologies, I don't see that basic setup changing much.
4x plus 7.
The pandemic forced children out of the classroom and onto the kitchen table or in their bedroom to learn via video conferencing.
But for a lot of kids, it was a big struggle because you might have had a computer at home, but there might be 3 or 4 kids all wanting to use it at the same time. And so the issue that we had was that there was a great inequality in access to technology during the pandemic.
Kids are now back in the classroom, but there have been some hiccups. In-class social media and inappropriate mobile phone use has increased dramatically, according to the New South Wales Secondary Principals Council. Boys at Sydney's Shaw School were reportedly found to be spending time on gambling and pornography websites. The school has since revamped its BYO laptop policy to ensure students are not distracted in class. Meanwhile, other top Sydney private schools, including Newington College and Skeggs Darlinghurst, have banned mobile phones altogether at school.
It's a complicated kind of situation. It's something that these schools are very aware of. But I guess coming back to this question of what do you do about kids in class searching for porn or gambling or what have you, simply banning that technology isn't going to solve that problem behaviour.
There are two forces at play here. The pandemic has led to an acceleration of technology among students, and isolation from working from home has led to some antisocial behaviour among students that's made its way back into the classroom, including cyberbullying, causing anxiety among parents, students and teachers.
so scholarly of you.
And the bottom line is that it's all arresting development. Data from the Australian Early Development Census, released last month, showed the number of children in Australia who were on track in 2021 from a development point of view had decreased since 2018. It's the first fall in the measure since 2009.
Now, David, we are both parents of teenage boys.
Yeah.
Do you do this? I need you to stop looking at your phone. Oh,
Yeah.
hang on, I need you to stop looking at...
To the bedroom.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. I spend my life on the phone and shouting at them to get off the phone, but they should listen to me.
Shouldn't they?
They should always.
The parents lament. Yeah, look, I agree with the sentiment of the reporter there. This isn't something that's going to be solved at school alone. Technology is a part of modern life, and as these young people go out into the world after they finish school, they're going to have to learn how to balance, technology, attractions and addictions, and the rest of their lives. And I think they want to be getting on with that sooner rather than later. We certainly saw in the pandemic that unequal access to technology had a real effect on learning of kids who didn't have access to these devices. At the Public Education Foundation, we spent a lot of time and money distributing laptops to kids who are marginalised, and I think by and large those have been very valuable for those children. So it's kind of curious for me to hear a pitch that we should now take technology away from some children. I think really this is a responsibility that belongs at home as much as it does at school. Teachers' lives, as we've just been discussing, are complex enough without having to police the individual screens of individual students and make sure they're not wagering or on porn sites. That's a discussion that has to happen between the student, the school, and I think just as importantly at home.
Faye, I was only naughty when I was bored.
That's exactly right. And that hasn't changed. I mean, the problem with the technology, or the challenge of the technology, is where we used to get bored in class and you'd start writing notes and you'd basically chat to your friend and do whatever. Now there's a genuine competitive device, be it your phone. And remember, most kids are on one-to-one laptop systems as well. There's a genuine world of exposure out there. So the challenge for the teacher is how do they make learning interesting, and not see the device as competition, but see the device as a tool for them as well. It's the world of information out there. Vast majority of kids respond to it really well, and those skills you learn on how to use that device effectively is the goer. But you take a look at it. I mean, that point made about how a classroom's set up, that is so true. You can walk into... I used to be education market development person at Apple, okay? So they led that whole one-to-one learning anywhere, anytime ethos. And I remember going into some schools where the teacher's still got a desk at the front and they've got a whiteboard behind them and everybody is looking at them and they talk. Then you go into other schools and the teacher's desk, you can hardly find it. It's off to the side somewhere. They're constantly walking around, looking at what the kids are looking at. They're engaging. The tools that the benefits that the platform gives, they can do one-to-one learning. They know exactly where a kid's got to in the course of the classroom session. They know exactly what each individual student needs to do next to achieve their next bit of growth. So there's a lot of benefits to these tools. Tell them to put it in the locker or not bring it at all. I think that's at our own risk.
Catherine Little, I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? We saw during the pandemic that disadvantaged kids were doubly disadvantaged if they didn't have access to digital. And now there's this kind of debate about maybe we get rid of the whole lot. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are technology is a wonderful tool, and children, as has already been said, they're moving into a world where technology will be there forever. So they do need to be able to learn how to use these tools. They do need to be able to learn how to self-regulate. And if I think about it as a parent, my children often get their phones confiscated.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that is really hard for me when I can't reach them because I live in the state. This is really hard. Right. And their father is a shift worker. So when we can't contact our children, this causes immense distress to me. But I also get and understand why sometimes those things need to be taken away. But I look at what we're seeing in the remote schools. I'm looking at how families who've never had access to this technology are adapting it and bringing in cultural frameworks and understanding how to match, you know, our old ways of learning with our new ways of learning. And I think what's ahead of us is absolutely exciting. So I'd be really sad to see those things disappear. And again, if I think about, say, our remote schools, where we've got families that are transient, imagine what happens when you use those iPads to keep children connected to their home schools or their home bases so that they're not disconnecting and they're able to continue learning. So I think I lean towards, you know, making technology more accessible, to be perfectly honest, and closing that digital divide, because for our mob, not being able to access digital technology, not being able to understand how to use it, has a massive impact on how they will engage even after they leave school. So how do you find your Medicare number? You know, how do you sign up to MyGovID? All those things that most people take for granted, they're skills you're learning in school.
Great discussion. You're watching The Drum. With me on the panel, Executive Director of the Public Education Foundation and Labor Party member David Hetherington, CEO of Blueprint Institute and former New South Wales Liberal staffer David Cross is with us. In Melbourne, partner at SEC Newgate Communications, Faye Akindoyini, and also in Melbourne, CEO of Snake, National Voice for Our Children, Catherine Little. With the election increasingly focused on the economy, today the Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, squared off against the man hoping to take his job, Jim Chalmers, in a Treasurer's debate. It followed yesterday's decision by the Reserve Bank to raise the official cash rate by 25 basis points, which all the major banks have passed on to their customers, putting the squeeze on borrowers. Naturally, that drew the debate to the increasing cost of living.
The defining issue of this election is the full-blown cost of living crisis which has emerged on the Morrison government's watch. And it didn't just show up when Russia invaded Ukraine. It showed up when the coalition, the best part of a decade ago, started attacking the wages and job security of Australian workers. And neither a war in Europe in 2022 nor even a pandemic explains or excuses what has been almost a decade now of economic mismanagement.
Despite this criticism from Labor, the Treasurer pointed to the government's track record on cutting income tax and steering the economy through the pandemic, echoing comments from the Reserve Bank yesterday, which said the economy was resilient with a positive outlook.
Our tax relief provided support for more than 11 million workers and 3.5 million small businesses, and we are one of 9 countries in the world to have maintained a AAA credit rating from the 3 leading credit rating agencies. And just last month, the International Monetary Fund upgraded Australia's economic growth forecast while it downgraded the rest of the world. Now, this is our record, and we will campaign on our record.
David Cross, it's a strong economy. The Reserve Bank Governor told us that yesterday. How hard is it for Frydenberg, for the government at this moment, to capitalise on some world-beating economic data in terms of unemployment and economic growth?
I think the comparison that the government frequently uses to the rest of the world is a really curious one, because I think by and large people don't care. I think if they feel like their cost of living is under pressure, they really, couldn't give a toss what the stats are in country X or country Y and how we compare to them. And I think it's a bit analogous to, all of our parents when we were young would say, eat your dinner because there's starving children in Africa, but you're still, going to do X, Y, and Z because it's just so far removed from your reality. And I think similarly, at the end of the day, the interest rate going up is going to hit the back pocket of huge numbers of families. And I think the governor of the Reserve Bank saying, yes, was because of a strong economy, that's only relevant if people are living and feeling that strong economy. And I guess the question comes down to how many Australians really are feeling that way. And I think for a lot who are, living paycheck to paycheck, that's just not the case. And so I think it will hurt the government, not help the government.
And that's interesting. I mean, you've been a Liberal Party staffer very recently. Would that be a frustration for Frydenberg?
I think for sure. I think it's expected. I think it's interesting. It's interesting to I think Anthony Albanese has been very measured in his criticism, and rightly so, because we're clearly going to get more interest rate rises. And so they've got to be very careful, given that they could, potentially be the government in a few weeks, to start levelling blame at interest rate rises at a government when we know the Reserve Bank has always been independent, it always will be independent, and there's going to be future rate rises.
In terms of the messaging, Faye, Scott Morrison was talking to Neil Mitchell, 3AW, yesterday, and Mitchell interrupted him and said, "You're doing it again. You're telling me that interest rates have been low because of you, but now they're going up. You're telling me it's not because of you." And there's similar questions being asked. Unemployment is low. The government says that's our record. Economic growth is strong. Government says our record, but increased interest rates and cost of living, nothing to do with their economic management. I mean, you can argue the economics of that one way or another. Just talk to me about the messaging on that.
I think we can all see that the messaging has failed, because it is. They've made a deliberate and some might say cynical assessment that none of us pay attention to the full sentence, and that we see sound bites. And as long as the sound bites support our supporters and don't give our enemy any ammunition to attack us, then they're acceptable, even if the entire soundbite doesn't make any rational sense, doesn't pass any logic test. And I blame social media as a vehicle of this, not for the driver of it, but it's enabled it, because politicians today have had drummed into them again and again, do not give the opposition an iota of ammunition against you.
So who do you say is perfecting the nonsensical sentence that keeps you out of trouble?
Probably people like me.
No, in terms of coming back to the treasurers.
In terms of the treasurer, what you look at, they say, we used to be in a situation where we had linear media where you could have a conversation in which you could say to people, yes, I accept I did that wrong. But you can't say that anymore, because yes, I did that wrong, or I could have done that better, would have been in the 6 o'clock news and on the paper the next day, but then you would have moved on. But now social media captures that, and that admission that you didn't perform to the optimal is then used to beat you again and again and again on different platforms. And that has created this environment in which people can't trust what politicians say, because politicians can't trust the audience not to hear the whole story.
Okay, but then part of the story, David Hetherington, is the Reserve Bank chief made this point yesterday that if you look back at the statements, right, of the Reserve Bank governor since 2020, he was like, "Wow, we're in a pickle. We're not going to see interest rate rises till 2024. Bow, bow. Wow, unemployment could go to 15% in this country." And what he's saying is none of those things happened, right? And as a result, we have a stronger economy, and he's got to increase interest rates, which arguably is a more normal situation economically than we've had in this country for 10 years, where we haven't had interest rate increase. We've had this, money's been basically free.
That's right. I mean, there's clearly a messaging problem for the RBA there, and I think it's in the devil of forecasting. Nobody in the world has been able to accurately forecast 3 years out where interest rates will be, where unemployment will be. Who would have thought we'd had a war in Ukraine that would deliver this enormous energy shock?
But if you look at that situation in 2020 and a government running on its record, is there an argument to be made that says it looked really bad at that moment? A lot of other countries are in a really bad situation, but we're not. And this has been the government throughout. Okay, nobody's had to run on their record since John Howard, because nobody ever manages to do the full term.
Look, I think to what David and Faye have said, people aren't interested in what the government said or did in 2020. I think to a large extent, trust in politicians is very low, and people don't listen to a complicated economic story. They think about what they're feeling. And what they're feeling is that petrol hit $2 a few months back, and after the budget exercise came down to $1.60. Millions of Australians are going to get letters from their bank in the next 3 to 4 weeks saying, your mortgage is going to go up by $60, $80, $100, $150.
And some economists say they'll get one every month till Christmas.
Indeed. That is what people are going to be feeling. People in kind of mining-intensive seats, marginal mining-intensive seats, which are clearly facing an economic transition, are going to be wondering, where is my job in 10 years' time? People with teenage children are going to be thinking, is the TAFE locally or the university locally going to be set up to deliver security for my kids? That, I reckon, is how people are voting. And you know, through various kind of accidents of timing, the Morrison government has found itself in a real squeeze. Hindsight's 20/20, and there are different things that could have been done with pandemic spending. But right at the point where economists would say you need to pull back on the spending pump, they're doubling down because they want to buy an election win.
To that point, when it came to questions from the media today, many were focused on the vast spending promises that have been made by both parties over the course of this campaign.
I love my dog Scully. I know Josh loves his
Scully,
dog.
Shane.
I took it for a run this morning without incurring any cost on the taxpayer. But the coalition has promised $320,000 for a dog park in the marginal Liberal held seat of Latrobe. And Labor's promised $200,000 to upgrade 2 dog parks in the marginal seat of Macquarie. Given the level of debt and deficit, why is it a good use of taxpayers' money to expend that money on pampered pooches in marginal seats?
So to clarify your answers to Shane Wright's question, and paraphrase somebody else, when's the reckless spending going to stop?
The budget tipped an extra $39 billion of discretionary spending into the economy at a time when we've got inflationary pressures already. There's more commitments being made during the election. Labor has also pretty much matched most of the government's commitments and has some of its own spending priorities too. Are either of you prepared to make discretionary spending cuts or tax rises to help take pressure off the RBA on inflation and lifting interest rates? Or is this just a job for the RBA to keep lifting interest rates as high as they need without help from fiscal policy?
See, Catherine Little, I was called a nerd for watching this today. That's very engaging, isn't it? The story about the dog, the little economic story. How well do you think the electorate understands the risk here that when you've got all this spending by both sides, because a lot of times that big infrastructure stuff Labor says we'll do the same thing, is going to make inflation worse, potentially, and drive people's interest rates up higher on their houses and their rents as a result?
You know, I don't think any of that is well understood. I think what's currently well understood at the moment is the cost of living, and the cost of living is what's behind, you know, things like teachers asking for more money. And I think you spoke to it just a little bit before when you mentioned the cost of, you know, fuel at the moment. I saw a snapshot the other day say, I think it was Docker River, where the price of milk was $9 for a 2-litre bottle of milk, right? So we know that at this moment in time, our most vulnerable families are under extreme pressure.
I'm taking it that this is a remote Indigenous community.
It's a remote Indigenous community, but it's, you know, and so what you see in those remote communities is always a lot, you know, it's always extreme. I mean, I just can't even process $9 for 2 litres of milk. And then add on to your cost of fuel. If you were trying to fill up a tank, I think you're looking at more like $4 a litre, and I hear people crying about $2. But in remote communities where your income is a fraction of what you can imagine anyone in an urban environment being able to earn or access, that's massive, right? Massive, massive, massive impact. But I don't think it's isolated to just the most vulnerable people living on remote communities. I think at this moment in time, a lot of people are still struggling after COVID. I think a lot of people are, again, suffering mental health issues as a result of what we've gone through. I think a lot of businesses are in the process of restructuring. A lot of people are feeling very, very insecure. So I'd be thinking right about this amount of time, the primary concern a lot of voters would have would be cost of living. Just simple. How do I feed myself? How do I pay my bills? How do I pay my rent?
Which that does make you wonder about the dog parks and the swimming pools, Faye, particularly if you know, spending to buy my vote, if you like, may not be in my own best financial interest if it drives up my interest rates or the cost of my rent.
Well, yeah, I think people get that, though. I think they know that this kind of spending actually is one of the things that pump up inflation.
The idea that somebody's got to pay for it somewhere on the line. Somebody's
got to pay, be it in, you know, a horrendous national debt down the track, which we're just shoving off to the next generation gleefully, or if it's going to be around just paying more when you're at the cash register at the grocery shop or at the petrol pump, or when you're looking at rents that you can afford. Money doesn't grow on trees. It literally doesn't. When you're sitting around literally the kitchen table trying to figure out how to fit it all in, it is a frightening experience for the vast majority of Australians by head count. I'm not saying the economy is not doing well. The economy is. There's people at the front end who are doing amazingly well. But there's a growing section in the economy who are worse off now than they were 4 years ago and don't know how they're going to fix it.
More than 80 years ago, US writer Dale Carnegie released his famous self-help book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It went on to be a worldwide phenomenon, selling more than 30 million copies, and in the book he advises not to criticise, condemn or complain, that's where I've been going wrong, but to give honest appreciation, make the other person feel important and be a good listener. It's advice that has echoed down the years but hit a full stop at the door of journalist Antoinette Lattouf. In her new book, How to Lose Friends and Influence White People, she champions the awkward conversations that need to happen to advance racial equality in politics, the media and everyday life. Antoinette, thank you so much for joining us, and such an interesting book.
Oh, thank you, Ellen, and I too hope to sell 30 million copies.
You start at the beginning of the book and you sort of say Australians are perfectly okay about acknowledging racial incidents. You know, if they see somebody in a pointy white hat with the eyes cut out, they're pretty sure that that's what they're seeing. But they will not easily discuss structural racism. Australians get uncomfortable with that notion that if people have a go, for some reason, they won't get a go in this country.
Yeah, and I think that's a real tension and an ongoing tension when it comes to Australia and the story we like to tell ourselves, that we are a thriving, we'll often hear our politicians say, we are a thriving, very successful multicultural country, and then usually point to indicators like food festivals and dance troupes and really kind of performative things about our supposed success. But should you dare bring up the ongoing mistreatment of Indigenous Australians or the racialised attacks against Arabic women who wear the headscarf, people get incredibly uncomfortable. People can't even say the R word in this country. It's as though it's blasphemy, because we'd like to think we are a thriving multicultural country and we have all the surface stuff down pat. But when you look at our institutions of power, they are still centred around being anti-black. And by anti-black, I mean that those in power that all those in power are white. So if you look at our government, our media, our highest courts, business, the arts, those who decide on the framework in which we exist as a society, the legislation, the stories, everything, it's dominated overwhelmingly by white people, and people can say, oh, well, that's the majority in Australia. But then you look to other countries like Canada, the United States, New Zealand, and even the UK, and while they still have a way to go, people of colour and Indigenous communities have more of a say. They have more access to power. Okay, they're represented in those pillars of democracy.
And what you do in this book is you take us to how that works. So when you want to advocate and have a conversation about, all the presenters, a lot of presenters on Australian television, including at the ABC, kind of look like Ellen Fanning, right? They're middle-aged white chicks. There's some middle-aged white guys, just to keep it interesting. There's two guys called David sitting here.
That's right.
But what happens in those moments when you're trying to say, now come on, we need to have this conversation that makes you say that this isn't about merit, this isn't about this takes time, this isn't about anything else, that you're getting this angry pushback that scares you a little bit?
Well, it scares me and it speaks to the loose friends. When I wrote this book, I knew that speaking about race in this country not only makes you unpopular, it can threaten your safety and it can put an end to your career.
But take me to those exact media conversations. What happens? Because lots of people hear what you're saying, and then take me behind the closed door when you're going, come on, guys, come on, executives.
People usually deflect. They say things like, but we don't get people applying. And to which I say, well, your organisation, your screen looks like you still uphold the White Australia policy. Why would a person wish to apply? How on earth will they feel that they have an opportunity to succeed? Or if people do get into the organisation, are you providing a culturally safe space?
And does the conversation, is this the point where you start to lose friends? Is this the point where they say, now you're angry, or you're not being constructive, or that's not fair, and there's a brittleness and a real pushback at you at that point?
It depends, because there are allies and there is some change if we're talking media in specific. Sometimes people, shuffle their feet, other times they walk off. Even in writing this book, I've lost certain media friends who just find the sheer notion uncomfortable, even though I can say it in the most calm voice, with the most evidence, pointing to why diversity and inclusion makes for better work. It's more profitable, it's more innovative, it is better for business. Despite all of that evidence, white Australians are uncomfortable if you challenge that the meritocracy, the so-called meritocracy, is not about merit. Because then it makes them question, oh, am I here because I think I'm pretty awesome, and I don't believe that I'm here because I knew somebody or I went to the same private school as the hiring executive producer. I like to think I'm pretty awesome.
Me too. Catherine...
And you are, Ellen.
Yeah, you too. You are as well. But I'm listening to what you're saying. It's interesting, Catherine, that Antoinette is talking about evidence, right? So she's talking about over and over again having to prove to people that what she says is true.
Yeah. It's funny that, isn't it? And evidence is a funny thing. It's who's interpreting it and how it's being presented. So, look, I want to talk to, I guess a few things to unpack there. So the first one is, absolutely, we need cultural safety. People need to be able to come into an environment and bring their whole selves to work, because that's how you get the best out of your workers, isn't it? But looking at how people apply for jobs is something that we look at a lot. Because a lot of the time, job descriptions are written in a way that actually exclude anyone who is not who was actually targeted, and that's subconscious. You don't even realise that there's something a little bit wrong with how you've tweaked it. You often don't realise, if you sit on a selection panel, that you might be assessing someone who has had opportunity as opposed to someone who has the opportunity to grow and to bring great value. I think also there's that topography thing, right? So one of the most polarising incidents in Australia was the Adam Goodes event, right? Massive.
And so this is the footballer who for the last 2 years of his career was booed because he'd said to a 13-year-old girl, don't be calling me an A.
And it was absolutely polarising. Now you have a look at what happened at that particular time. Have a look at, this was the Indigenous round. This was the Indigenous round. No, sorry, not that particular event. It was the one afterwards that sent him skyrocketing, right? So the Indigenous round, where he threw the boomerang. Threw the boomerang into the crowd, and that was a celebration of a dance that some children had taught him, and he wanted to share that with the world in the Indigenous round. Here we are throwing a boomerang. You have a look at how media presented that particular moment in time. They did not show the Aboriginal people who stood up and went, wow, look at this in our round. They didn't show the people that were screaming in joy. They showed the angry faces. So there's something wrong with the perspective of multiple layers of media at that point in time. So where are the cameras aiming? Where is the studio director putting those cameras? Where is the producer saying, that is the image I want to see? The next day, where are the chief of staffs lining up these particular pieces of work and saying, what is the other side of this story? What have we just seen? Where are the producers that are editing what's coming through? Who is lining up the journalists to ask the questions that matter, right? So it's layer after layer after layer after layer.
Catherine, I can answer that. At the time, they were all largely white men who were weighing in as experts.
Can I turn to you, Faye? You have said to us you've never experienced racism and that you're fortunate in that sense. Tell me about this.
I don't know if it's a product of thick skin or just luck. I'm sure people have tried and I just missed it. But it is kind of fascinating because I do come from a general belief. I was born in Australia. My mum's is white Australian, dad's Nigerian from Africa. Mum's family came on the Second Fleet, Dad came by Qantas. And they couldn't get married when they wanted to get married because of the White Australia policy. It took 3 days for the town clerk here in Melbourne to determine that no, it did not apply to black Africans. So there has been racism in my life, but I personally have never had a moment in which I said, you know, that was awful. I feel like the complete outcome of that experience was a result of the colour of my skin, not because of myself. But having said that, I think Australians, for the most part, live in this intended bubble. It's an intentional bubble where we like to believe that we aren't racist, even though we live in walled gardens of ethnicity. Our friends look like us. And that's all types of Australians. Actually, where the numbers get thick enough, our friends and our social circles are a walled garden. We like to believe in the business environment or in institutions that we have a merit-based system. As people have said before, we don't have a merit-based system. We have a comfort-based system. We pick people who make us comfortable and we avoid people who make us feel threatened. And that applies to gender as well. We only when there's external drivers and cues are we forced to go outside our comfort zone. And so I'm a big believer. I think targets and quotas work. I think socially people should have a target and a quota. I'm sick of being my friend's target and quota.
David Hetherington, we see in politics, you're a member of the Labor Party, we see in politics the Labor Party saying that absolute commitment to diversity of candidates, except when it's Christina Keneally into a multicultural electorate and she's parachuted in, except when it's the economist Andrew Charlton getting parachuted into Parramatta. What's that about?
Well, I think what that's about is if you look under the bonnet of any political party, what you see is pretty ugly in terms of how the power dynamics play out internally. And I think what's happened there is they've made a pragmatic decision about balance of power and
so it's not
exactly
necessarily about
heard,
winning the seat; it's about who gets to sit at the seat of power.
Well, it's about people who are insiders having access to winnable seats or access to seats in Parliament, as opposed to people who are outsiders.
And how come people who look like me and you are insiders?
For all the reasons we've just heard, I think our institutions have these biases, and it's because of the people who sit at the top. And the Labor Party is an institution like the media, like the Liberal and National Party, like our universities and our big companies, where networks over generations propel you to the top, and it's a narrow group really who make decisions. And Faye talked about the kind of positive steps you can make to change these things, and I will say I think Labor has achieved one in gender representation. So there's been a 50-50 affirmative action target within the Labor Party for probably 20 years now, and finally at the federal parliamentary level there's going to be currently the Senate is greater than 50% women's representation and the House is just a little under. But that's not to say, I completely agree with you that Labor could and should have done better in Parramatta and in Christina Keneally's seat, and represented a local candidate who looks like their electorate.
Antoinette, I want to go back to you. I'm interested that, to hear your reflections on what Faye had to say, because in the book you talk a lot about paying a price for speaking up and speaking out and having the cultural background that you do. Was she saying that hasn't been her experience, even though there's been discrimination faced by her family?
Yeah. Interesting. Not all brown people have the same experiences or the views. I know. Who would have thought? I guess for me, growing up, so my parents are Middle Eastern refugees, and growing up around when September 11 happened, Cronulla riots, as I entered university to become a journalist, the so-called Lebanese gang moral panics. There was a lot about my specific community that led to overt racism, both by the media and by people. Like, I often would tell people what my background is and they would take a step back or go, oh, that's okay, or oh, but it's okay, you seem to be one of the good ones. So that was largely driven by the political climate at the time and the public discourse at the time. So I'm really glad to hear that you haven't experienced it, but that certainly hasn't been my experience. Also because it's something that I have championed, because when I started working in commercial television, I was, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, at the time I was the only Arab woman on commercial television, and I understood sort of the relative privilege I had, but I also wanted to be the change and help open the door for others, because I knew it wasn't easy for me. And I knew that if I wore a hijab, it probably would never have happened. So I guess I can only speak to my experience. I would like to make a comment about what David is saying. And I think the first thing is to acknowledge when we don't get it right. And that's really what this book is about. That we know that there are problems, and we know, Indigenous thinkers before me, many over generations, have highlighted the problem. This book is meant to be an accessible toolkit, what you can do, no matter whether you're David, you're two white blokes called David, or you're, what it is that you can do within your power to advocate for change, because there's no point just feeling guilty about it, because we all feel a bit crap about it. What is it that we can do to challenge these systems, and to have that uncomfortable conversation with our racist Uncle Pete, because we all have one.
Yeah, and really quickly, because we have 15 seconds maybe, you pulled up your cousin when he said something about, but at the same time, you were at a wedding and the groom said thank you because they thought you were the help, and you didn't say anything. When did you speak up? Why didn't you say something to the groom?
I was so shocked, and in hindsight, so the groom thought my husband was the DJ and that I was the hair and makeup artist.
Oh my God.
But we were guests. In hindsight, I should have asked for payment.
Yes.
But I was too shocked.
Sometimes there's no right answer. Antoinette, wonderful to meet you across the screen. Thank you so much to the panel.
Thank
a great
you.
discussion tonight. Julia's in tomorrow. Good night to you.
My fellow Australians, right now everyone wants to buy your vote. So we're back to show you how your democracy is being sold and bring you all the inside information of how the pollies are trying to spin it to win it. Join our panel of experts, insiders and me, your election guide, Will Anthony Green.
Gruen Nation, next Wednesday on ABC TV and ABC iView. Spoken by Will Anderson and the voiceover guy who has to do this bit as fast as possible.
WA hits a new COVID-19 peak in daily cases just days after restrictions eased. The major banks don't waste any time passing on higher interest rates to borrowers. The race for the Premier's plate still alive after one of the biggest upsets in A-League history.
And coming up on The Business, inflation's going up, rates are on the rise. Why small business owners think spending could be set for a fall.
This is ABC Late News. Hello, I'm Tyne Logan. Western Australia has recorded its highest ever daily number of COVID-19 cases, with 9,782 new infections. The previous peak was recorded more than a month ago on March 29th. The rising numbers come less than a week after the indoor mask mandate and most other COVID restrictions were removed in WA.
Mask-free, but far from COVID-free. Cases peaked in late March, but just 5 days after restrictions were eased, WA has topped that record with almost 10,000 infections.
There's a warning to both the government and the people of Western Australia that COVID is not over.
Many weren't surprised.
Well, no one's wearing masks, so, I mean, everyone's going to get sick at some point, so.
No, I thought when we lost the masks, the numbers would definitely go up.
I mean, we're all wandering around without any masks on, so it's probably not a surprise.
And it should be no shock to the Premier.
It was in black and white in the Chief Health Officer's advice that relaxing the mask mandate and other rules should be done only in the full knowledge that it could lead to more cases, hospitalisations and further peaks. Whether the numbers keep rising remains to be seen.
For now, there'll be no change to the rules, a relief for hospitality businesses, because very few people are falling seriously ill.
And it's been remarkable, actually, that no matter where the numbers go in terms of case numbers, that those ICU numbers stay relatively flat and relatively low, around 10 or under 10.
The Telethon Kids Institute and Curtin University are busy updating modelling to see if it'll stay that way. But one early observation is WA is entering a danger zone for older people, who are typically infected after the virus moves through younger age groups.
Older patients do have a greater risk of comorbidities and a greater risk of worse disease with COVID. So if the numbers are going up significantly in the older cohort, then it could lead to an increased number of hospitalisations.
The AMA says any more than 350 COVID patients could overwhelm the hospital system. Until now, that number's been steady at around 240. James Carmody, ABC News.
The major banks have wasted no time passing on the higher interest rates to home loan borrowers. They've been slower and less clear about increasing deposit rates for savers and upcoming changes to business loans. And businesses, many of whom have struggled to survive through the pandemic, are expecting the future will bring more financial pain.
Business at this florist is booming, but there are less rosy times ahead. Interest rates are on the rise, and that means less money in people's pockets.
We rely on the customers to bring in the money so we could pay for electricity, water, rent to feed ourselves, to put food on the table, to pay our staff.
All four of the big banks will pass on the interest rate hike in full to home loan borrowers. Existing customers with an average variable rate will see it jump from 2.92% to 3.17%. The main lenders are yet to make a call on business loans. They've also been slow to lift rates for savers, announcing just some accounts will benefit.
Deposits are at an all-time high on the back of COVID. In fact, the deposits from households is now totalling $1.26 trillion. But the irony is, the more money we save, the less likely the banks are to offer competitive rates.
The big question is, how high will rates go? The nation's biggest lender expects the cash rate to hit 1.6% by February next year. The Reserve Bank says it could climb to 2.5% over time. It's a far cry from the RBA's repeated assurances that it wouldn't rise until 2024.
The Reserve Bank did give a clear signal to businesses and homeowners that rates would be lower for longer. It needs to always frame things in terms of uncertainties, and I think in this case they made a big mistake in not doing that.
This cafe owner agrees. He's about to be hit on several fronts.
I've got every loan you can think of, actually. I've got a home loan, business loan, etc.
And he's got a message for politicians.
Just help us. I mean, we had 2 years of pain.
More cost of living pressures served up on the eve of a federal election. Rihanna Whitson, ABC News.
The rate rise is still reverberating on the campaign trail, with Labor arguing it's further fuelled what it calls the coalition's cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister's responded by promising to protect pensioners and telling bank bosses to boost the interest rate on savings. Here's political reporter Jane Norman.
Look out. There we go. Adding fuel to a heated cost of living debate, the Reserve Bank's rate hike landed like a thud in the middle of the campaign.
Scott Morrison seems to think that people have got it easy.
With rising rates and inflation, Labor's telling households to channel their anger at the Prime Minister.
Scott Morrison has an excuse for everything and a plan for nothing.
Scott Morrison insisting the coalition's plan has shielded voters from the worst of it.
The Labor Party is trying to con the Australian people. What's happening in the Australian economy and the global economy is real. You can't wish it away.
Trying to turn the rate rise into a positive for self-funded retirees and deposit holders.
My message to the banks is to give them a fair go.
While promising to protect pensioners by freezing deeming rates, leaving payments unaffected by interest rates, quickly matched by Labor.
This is a recognition that people are doing it really tough.
The Labor Party is simply trying to sneak into government and to copy our policies.
Going head-to-head, the two numbers men were eye to eye on the biggest economic challenge.
Wages are nowhere near keeping up with inflation.
The Reserve Bank said that they are seeing evidence of wages rising.
In lifting interest rates, the Reserve Bank hailed the resilience of the economy, which in different circumstances might have been presented as a sign that life is returning to normal after the pandemic. But in the middle of a campaign, when households are already stretched, it's a blow for the government and helps fuel Labor's attacks that it's presided over a cost of living crisis. On day 24, one of Labor's most high-profile women finally appeared alongside the Labor leader.
I've been travelling around the country, working very hard.
Dispelling rumours she's been sidelined.
I've got my education spokesperson here. Who is Scott Morrison's education spokesperson?
It's Alan Tudge.
A minister in self-imposed exile. Jane Norman, ABC News, Canberra.
Authorities are investigating fraudulent claims for disaster payments in the wake of floods in Queensland and New South Wales. Experts say scam activity increases after a natural disaster hits.
This year, floodwaters hit Gympie twice in just 2 months. But as waters receded, the letters came flooding in.
8, 9, 10, 11, there's 12 there.
Gympie pensioner Len Kipax is one of a number of residents who've received letters from government agencies addressed to strangers.
I've lived here for 20 years and I've never heard of these people.
In the past few weeks, he's received more than 30. His only roommate is his dog, Boss.
Another one today. Marvellous.
Ange Gillam has also been receiving mystery letters at her home.
It was really quite dodgy, but I know for a fact that these people have never lived in this home.
Experts say the letters are likely to be part of fraudulent applications for disaster assistance. Scammers use an address in an affected town to apply for healthcare and concession cards and lodge claims for flood payments.
Often it's the address that matters most because you need to situate yourself within the disaster to access payments. That's often a starting point.
Flood-affected Lismore is also being targeted.
Whenever there is a disaster, unfortunately natural or man-made, we do tend to see scams and fraud follow it.
Services Australia says it's aware of fraudulent claims and is investigating. It's upsetting for those who know locals truly in need of help.
I hear those stories every single day of how much they've lost. And yeah, to hear that people are taking advantage of them, yeah, it really breaks my heart.
Meg Bolton, ABC News, Gympie.
In the US, a wave of protests has been set off by a leaked Supreme Court document which suggests abortion rights could be struck down. Chief Justice John Roberts has confirmed the document is genuine but clarified it doesn't represent the court's final decision. Pro-choice advocates fear tens of millions of women will lose the legal right to abortion if the landmark Roe v Wade decision is overturned. North America correspondent Barbara Miller reports from Washington.
Many of these protesters have only known an America where there was a constitutional right to abortion, but that could be about to change.
Everyone should be here today. This is an attack on all people who can get pregnant.
A leaked document from the Supreme Court suggests after almost 50 years, the landmark Roe v Wade ruling will be overturned.
I will say that as a person who wishes to end abortion in our land, that I am pleased with the results.
The draft opinion states that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. Its reasoning was exceptionally weak. The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision.
You know, if this decision holds, it's really quite a radical decision.
The President says he'll work on legislation in Congress to guarantee the right to abortion if Roe is overturned.
We have to work together.
But some activists say there's no time to go through the normal procedures.
Listen, if President Biden has to use the power of the, executive orders or whatever he needs, this is a 5-alarm emergency.
Getting legislation through Congress would be incredibly difficult, even with the Democrats' current numbers. But the issue is pressing for the party because there's a raft of states who are primed to totally ban abortion if Roe v Wade is overturned when the court publishes its final decision, likely at the end of next month. The court has confirmed the leaked document is authentic and announced an investigation. But for many people, the whodunit, today at least, is of little consequence because it's unlikely to change the outcome. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Washington.
Melbourne City has missed the chance to secure the Premier's plate after Perth Glory stunned the ladder leader 2-0 in one of the biggest upsets in A-League history. City went in against the Wooden Spooner knowing a win would secure the prize for finishing first, but fell behind early thanks to a stunning goal from Callum Timmins. Glory goalkeeper Liam Reddy pulled off a remarkable save to keep the Glory's lead intact. Timmins then added a second midway through the second half. The result means City and its two Victorian neighbours, Melbourne Victory and Western United, all go into the final round of the season with a chance of winning the Premier's plate. It's been a double Australian surfing victory at the Margaret River Pro in Western Australia, with the Sunshine Coast's Isabella Nichols and Margaret River's Jack Robinson winning the championship. Robinson rose to the occasion against two-time former world champion and event favourite Hawaiian John Florence. He took the win in front of his home crowd with a stunning combination of powerful carves and progressive surfing. On her second year on the World Surf League Tour, 24-year-old Nichols beat Hawaii's Gabriella Bryan and now moves to fourth on the ladder.
Honestly, I don't feel like this moment's real right now. I've dreamt about this my whole life, and for this to actually be happening right now, I feel like I'm still in bed at home asleep.
After seeing the biggest waves of the Australian leg of the championship tour in Margaret River, competitors will travel to Indonesia for the next event. Taking a look around the country tomorrow, it's going to be cool and rainy for most of the southeast. Hobart will reach a top of just 14 degrees from a low of 7. Melbourne also has some chilly weather ahead with a shower or two and possible hail, and a few showers for Adelaide and Canberra too. Sydney and Brisbane are slightly warmer temperatures-wise but have showers increasing, while Darwin will be mostly sunny and 34 degrees and Perth sunny and 22. And that's the ABC Late News. To stay up to date, you can visit our website, news.abc.net.au. I'm Tyne Logan. Thank you for your company. Stay with us now for the business.
Welcome to The Business. I'm Catherine Robinson. Coming up on the program, inflation's going up, rates are on the rise. Why small business owners think spending could be set for a fall.
Definitely it's going to have an impact. People's going to think twice before having breakfast every Sunday in any coffee shop or actually going to a restaurant.
And international investor Dr. Doom, why Mark Farber says central bankers hiking rates will only add to the gloom.
I don't think they can increase interest rates very much. Otherwise, the system collapses.
Home borrowers have been front and centre after the Reserve Bank raised rates yesterday, despite previous assurances there would be no rises until 2024. The Big Four banks were quick to pass the full cost onto their customers. But small business owners are also being squeezed. There are warnings rising business rates could dampen investment as cost of living pressures puts the brakes on consumer spending. Rihanna Whitson has the story.
After a tough few years, the flowers are blooming and business is booming.
Hello, how are you? Our flowers were the light in the darkness during COVID.
But less rosy times are ahead. The Reserve Bank has lifted the cash rate for the first time in more than 11 years, leaving less money in the pockets of consumers to spend.
We rely on the customers to bring in the money so we could pay for electricity, water, rent to feed ourselves, to put food on the table.
All four of the big banks will pass on the interest rate hike in full to home loan borrowers. Existing customers with an average variable rate will see it jump from 2.92% to 3.17%. The main lenders are yet to make a call on business loans. They've also been slow to lift rates for savers, announcing just some accounts will benefit.
Deposits are at an all-time high on the back of COVID. In fact, the deposits from households is now totalling $1.26 trillion. But the irony is, the more money we save, the less likely the banks are to offer competitive rates.
Employer groups say a hike in lending rates would hit businesses hard.
So instead of making that investment, they may choose to close their doors early. And so for the average person, that might mean that a small business owner might get to the point where they're just ready to kind of give up.
Barrenjoey expects consumer confidence will also take a big hit.
About 30% of consumers or households have a mortgage, and about 60% of those are variable. So Australians are fairly susceptible to rate rises.
The big question is, how high will rates go? The nation's biggest lender expects the cash rate to hit 1.6% by February next year. The Reserve Bank says it could climb to 2.5% over time. It's a far cry from the RBA's repeated assurances that it wouldn't rise until 2024.
The Reserve Bank did give a clear signal to businesses and homeowners that rates would be lower for longer. It needs to always frame things in terms of uncertainties, and I think in this case they made a big mistake in not doing that.
This cafe owner agrees he's about to be hit on several fronts.
I've got every loan you can think of, actually. I've got a home loan, business loan, etc.
He's got a message for politicians.
Just help us. I mean, we had 2 years of pain. We tried to get our head above water. Anything can help, and go for it.
Cost of living pressures served up on the eve of a federal election.
Rihanna Whitson there. Well, rates aren't just on the move here. The squeeze is on in the United States as it tries to tackle inflation, which is raging at a 40-year high. The Federal Reserve will meet tonight and is expected to hike rates, but the market is split on by how much. Contrarian investor Mark Farber, editor and publisher of the Gloom, Boom and Doom report, says investors should expect a 50 basis point rise to begin with.
I don't think they can increase interest rates very much, otherwise the system collapses. Ditto in Japan. In Japan, you have an even worse situation. But I can tell you, say we have in America an economist, John Taylor is a professor in Stanford, and he established a rule where, say, short-term rates should be in order to maintain a stable economic financial system. According to that rule, the Fed fund should be at 9.81%. The whole world is bankrupt if the Fed fund rate goes to 9%. So I think the Fed will increase rates by 0.5%, and then maybe another 0.5%.
So, Mark, is there a danger of overreach, that the Fed could rise too much and stifle growth?
Well, I think because I started to work in 1970, so you can imagine how old I am. But in the 70s, nobody expected inflation to accelerate as much as it did. And when I started to work in 1970, the 10-year Treasury in the US was at 6%. It then went to over 15%. You understand? These moves, both inflation and interest rates, can go much further than is expected. Nobody in the whole world expected ever to have negative interest rates in the world. We had that never in history before, in the 5,000 years of recorded history, were interest rates this low as they were in 2020, 2021. That is a huge manipulation by central banks. And now the market has called them bluff, and they are in a difficult position. But they're in a difficult position because of their mistakes.
So given we're about to see central banks raise rates, do you think this will be the end of quantitative easing for good?
Well, I think that it would be best for the world to probably take a recession now and try to clean up the system somehow. Whether they can clean it up entirely, that I doubt. But if they continue, say, if the Fed increases the Fed fund rate to 1.5%, and then they realize the economy, I think the economy is already in a recession globally, because when world trade contracts and when disposable income in real terms collapse, in real terms means adjusted for inflation, then you're in recession. And when the governments and the central banks will realize that they are in recession, and the stock market and the bond market crash has already had a huge wealth impact on most people and on pension funds. Now the pension funds are in trouble. So they will ease again, in my opinion.
Well, with this backdrop, Mark, and the current stock market movements, are we heading for a global correction or a crash?
Well, I think we are in a bear market, period. If you look at stocks, in Europe, they're all down. In Asia, most stock markets are down from 2015. And if you adjust it, especially for the US dollar, because you have to kind of decide in what currency do I want to value my stocks. So you can value it everything in US dollars. In that case, most markets around the world have been in bear markets.
Mark, you wrote in one of your recent reports that we may be at the beginning of a slope of hope, gradual decline in asset prices that will decimate the popular sectors. How will that play out?
You know, Australia is a resource-rich country, and I would expect commodities to decline less than, say, financial assets. Let's say if I look at gold, gold is a resource, is a precious metal. It's a monetary asset, but it's also an industrial commodity to some extent. But gold shares are a financial asset. So in this market rout recently, when the stock market went down, gold shares actually also went down a lot because they're a financial asset. You know, people say, oh, I diversify, I buy Bitcoins. Well, Bitcoins correlates very closely with the NASDAQ 100.
So what's in your portfolio now, and how should investors approach the next year? Where do you think they can find value?
Well, I buy value stocks. I'm not in technology. I have essentially 4 sectors in my portfolio. One is real estate. And then I have cash and short-term bonds for the yield. And I have equities. And I have precious metals.
Mark Farber, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for having me on your program.
Qantas is facing substantial compensation costs after losing its appeal against a federal court decision that found the outsourcing of 2,000 ground crew workers was illegal. Last year, the federal court ruled in favour of the Transport Workers Union in challenging the airline's outsourcing of baggage handling and cleaning jobs. Today's decision found Qantas was in breach of the Fair Work Act.
This is the largest finding by a country mile of illegal sacking and outsourcing in Australian corporate history.
Further hearings will determine the compensation Qantas should pay to workers, as well as penalties for the illegal sackings. To the markets, and ANZ, the first of the big 4 banks to report, has posted a $3.5 billion half-year net statutory profit, up 20% from the same time last year. Cash profit rose by 4% to $3.1 billion. Investors will get a dividend payout of 72 cents a share, fully franked. The All Ordinaries and the ASX 200 were both lower today of a similar order, and the Australian dollar is buying 71.18 US cents. I spoke to James Rosenberg from EL&C Balliol Holst after the market closed. James, how'd the market go today?
Kath, a little bit negative overall. The market ASX 200 finished down 11 points as the market sort of adjusts to yesterday's rate rise and tries to work out how many rate rises will be ahead. Overall, although not a lot of overall movement, there was quite a bit of volatility within some sectors, which is often the case. The banks were generally positive. The Big Four plus Macquarie added a little over 10 points to the overall index, while resources were one of the weak spots. Fortescue was the biggest negative contributor, taking 4.5 points off. Tech was a little bit mixed, generally positive, but a little bit mixed, as was the healthcare sector. Gains in CSL and Cochlear led that sector, while the likes of ResMed and Sonic weighed overall. So, yeah, it's interesting times for financial markets and indeed economies, and a lot of speculation as to how far rates will rise.
Well, we know we had the rate rise yesterday, obviously, and you touched on banks there. We heard from ANZ today with a profit lift.
Yes, they did. ANZ's profit was slightly better than market expectations, but and closed up a little bit stronger from yesterday. But really, it's sort of overall themes. 3 of the 4 big banks are reporting this week. Commonwealth, of course, has reported back in February. And a number of things. The 30-year deflationary cycle that's seen interest rates come down to unprecedented levels is turning, and how that will play out for the sector will be the interesting part. Rising interest rates generally sees a little bit of an improvement in net interest margins across the sector. But ANZ Chief Executive Shane Elliott did warn that a number of competitors have emerged, particularly in housing, both bank and non-bank lenders offering a range of incentives to home borrowers, and that may impact any expansion in margins. He even cited Jeff Bezos from Amazon, who famously said that your margin is my opportunity. So interesting time for the banks, generally sort of quite positive, but also increasing competition.
James Rosenberg, great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Kath.
And that's all from The Business. I'm Catherine Robinson. See you next time.
For the latest on the federal election, go to ABC News Digital.
Policy announcements and how they impact you.
Profiles of every electorate, including yours.
Anthony Green's guide to the key seats.
You Ask, We Answer is back, and you can see what other Australians are asking.
There's our new Get Ready to Vote checklist, plus live blogs and notifications so you won't miss a thing.
For election news that matters to you, go to abc.net.au/Australia Votes or download the ABC News app.
Everybody say babies! Babies!
A new season brings new joy.
Congratulations!
And new romance.
What's all this? The evidence suggests you've got an admirer.
But it's not all celebration.
Nonata's house is going private. We have to find another way ahead, or Nonata's house will not be serving anyone.
And faith will be tested.
It is not my body that has failed.
Call the Midwife. Saturday on ABC TV and ABC iView. Tuesday.
Justice Opaz was shot with a .22 caliber weapon.
A must-see true crime series begins.
There's some people who are so disturbed by a marriage breakdown, they seek revenge.
How did an abusive husband get away with murder?
I gotta run, or else he's gonna kill me.
For more than 30 years.
This series of crimes is unparalleled in Australian history.
The Family Court Murders, Tuesday 8:30 on ABC TV and on ABC iView.
Liam, this is Andy, and he's the father of our child.
Welcome, the love of my life, but also now very old. We've been neighbours for years.
And yet I barely know you. Sometimes life just happens.
I'm having my baby!
It arrives.
We can't go on like this.
I know. And you just have to deal with it.
Go find yourself. I feel like a therapist.
You make a terrible therapist.
There's a whole part of me you've never seen.
Life. Sunday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
The PM dodged reporters today, attempting to stay on message.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. Casting for the votes of weekend warriors.
You're a generous teacher.
$20 million for fishing, boating and camping.
The Prime Minister did not hold a press conference today or take questions from journalists.
He preferred the company of a hand-picked audience of the party faithful.
The Prime Minister was on hand at a Greek Orthodox Mass in Kogra.
Burning the midnight oil last night, attending a traditional Easter service.
And with Anthony Albanese in COVID isolation, his deputy Richard Marles stepped up.
Done under pressure. Forced to defend himself against accusations he's a soft touch on China in the Pacific. Very good.
The security pact between China and the Solomon Islands continues to dog the Prime Minister on the campaign trail.
The Chinese government does not play by the same rules.
Rolling into the Northern Territory, a hostile reception waiting for the Prime Minister. A potential test, isn't it, for who should be, could be the next leader?
Oh, we don't see it that way. We want the next Prime Minister of Australia to be Anthony Albanese. We're working our butts off to make that a reality.
Hey Marion, how are you? Labor's campaign has moved to the Red Centre here in the Northern Territory.
Luna.
It's actually a good way to then showcase, the rest of his cabinet that a lot of people have been asking, hang on, so who's going to be doing this?
It turns into a beautiful butterfly.
Well, Lisa, we're heading to the Northern Territory, but Anthony Albanese won't be there because he's stuck in ISO in Sydney.
Yeah, highly unusual situation to unfurl in the middle of an election campaign. Labor now forced to power on without its leader.
Why do you think they didn't just elevate Deputy Richard Marles to take on that role over the next 7 days?
I think probably a number of factors are at play. That Richard Marles is not necessarily the strongest communicator on that shadow front bench, and they've decided to elevate those shadow ministers who are really good at nailing the attack lines and really good at staying on message. That's why we've seen a lot of Jim Chalmers, the shadow treasurer. We saw Jason Clare, who performed really well.
Too well?
Almost too well, one might say. But I think there are also risk factors there as well. You could potentially confuse the public about who the leader is.
It's unclear what impact it might have in 4 weeks' time, but it's better now than at the pointy end of the campaign. At least that's what Labor is saying.
In terms of timing, now is the time. And of course, Scott Morrison did opt for a 6-week campaign. He did that strategically, thinking that he is the stronger campaigner and he could outrun Anthony Albanese. But in the end, having that extra week might really play to Labor's benefit as well.
We saw a proof of life video from Anthony Albanese where he was doing those interviews on the Friday, but we didn't see him for the next week. We heard him in a few radio interviews, but it put the pressure more on his front bench to be out there selling Labor's case.
Yeah, there was an absolute necessity for the Labor front bench to step up, and I think, Albo being away for a week, I think that was probably a net positive, because we all discovered that Jason Clare had a natural gift for zingers.
They've got a choice here between honest Albo and smirking Scott.
We saw a bit more of Jim Chalmers, who's very good at those economic punch-through messages, and the whole team, Penny Wong, very good too. So it was, in some ways, it was a welcome thing for the Labor Party, for them to use that as an excuse to say, well, it's not just Anthony Albanese you get, it's the whole lot of them.
Some Labor MPs privately as well have been saying that this was perhaps a blessing in disguise. I also think that we've seen Anthony Albanese potentially have a chance to reset while in isolation. Prior to this on the campaign, he bristled a little bit when asked successive questions by successive journalists, but we had that bizarre 30-minute interview with Ray Hadley on 9 Radio this week, and he was incredibly patient.
Well, we will have no carbon tax.
No, well, let's just make sure there'll be no carbon tax under any government I'll lead, ever.
there will be no carbon tax ever.
It was not a Malcolm Turnbull, I will not take dictation from you, Alan. He was willing to take dictation from Ray Hadley.
He took, and he was... Basically, Ray Hadley shouted at him on climate, on boats, on his front bench, said he didn't think a lot of them were very good. And Anthony Albanese very patiently and calmly took those questions. I wonder if that would have happened pre-COVID.
It hasn't gone unnoticed within Labor about where is Tanya Plibersek. Now, she's out barnstorming those marginal seats, but the national campaign is choosing not to elevate her at all. It's a curious decision when she has some of the best brand recognition and is a darling of the Labor movement.
You wonder whether she's going to be used a lot more in the last 2 weeks, because the last week in particular is going to be very, very negative from the coalition if they are still so far behind.
We also saw a recalibration from Scott Morrison. After going after Anthony Albanese for the best part of the 2 weeks leading in, he pretty much didn't talk about Anthony Albanese until the last day, when he basically said he's been a bit lazy in isolation for this last week. I was very busy.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to him rejoining the campaign. He's had a pretty quiet week. I remember when I was in ISO, I had a very busy week, attending Quad summits.
Bit of a cheap shot, really.
We suspect that is an indication of what's to come, though, that we will see more of Morrison going after Albanese now that he's out of isolation.
Of a halt in hostilities on the campaign trail today as the leaders stop to mark Anzac Day.
Scott Morrison and Richard Marles laid wreaths at the Darwin Cenotaph during the dawn service, giving speeches that focused both on the past and our Anzac legacy, but also the current war in Ukraine and threats to our own region.
But our world is changing.
The only way that you can preserve peace is to prepare for war.
No point in beating your chest if you're beaten to the punch.
There was no political ceasefire with Anzac Day. Blunt instrument Peter Dutton was out there sending the rhetoric up to 1,000, comparing Russia and China to the Nazis. But what's been interesting in this week is that emboldened Labor that is very happy to go toe-to-toe with the coalition over national security, which many would have thought would have been a weaker area for Labor to be arguing about.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it that Labor wants to talk about national security, but that's the size of the strategic disaster that's happened in the Solomon Islands. What's curious to me is that even though there has been damage and the sheen's come off the coalition's boast about national security, they're still keen to talk about it. So the calculation from the coalition must be, even when we're talking about it, when there has been some damage, there still is a minor positive for them.
And they really opened the door for Labor to deliver quite a significant policy in terms of the Pacific, with more money for foreign aid, more money for the ABC, which prompted a few zingers from Scott Morrison.
Off to do Q&A.
Q&A in Honiara, we'll see you there, Probes. But it was interesting because the coalition wanted a khaki election. They've got it, perhaps not on the terms that they were hoping for.
Mr Morrison doesn't like to listen, and he certainly doesn't like to act.
We won't be having Chinese military naval bases in our region on our doorstep.
And Maurice Payne awkwardly had to admit she hadn't been to the Solomon Islands since 2019. Now, undoubtedly, COVID has been a factor there, but when the junior minister was able to get in without a quarantine the other week, it does feed into a Labor attack that the coalition has taken its eye off the ball in this part of the world, that it was too interested in Paris and not interested enough in the Pacific.
Emmanuel Macron has won the French election and become the first president in 20 years to earn a second term.
Have you called Emmanuel Macron to congratulate him on his election win? How will you mend the relationship?
President Macron, I have sent him a message of congratulations directly, and I've also ensured I've sent a formal letter to him congratulating him as well.
There we go. That's how you do it. Okay.
So we saw Scott Morrison in a French bakery.
Someone's performance appraisal. This is going to be mentioned.
Who thought that up?
Why do you mention the war?
It was a bizarre choice to position him there straight after the French president's re-election. It was very strange and curious, and the stories just wrote themselves. You all certainly did, folks.
Well, Macron, I mean, the temptation was there.
To quote the French president, and I know how to make a croissant. I don't think Scott Morrison had a terrible technique. I know he had a terrible technique.
What I think has been interesting in terms of Scott Morrison's language about his relationship is he keeps saying we are rebuilding the relationship, the ing being the key word. It's not rebuilt yet. It's definitely a work in progress, and this is going to be really difficult.
It's definitely damaged. And why is our relationship with France so important? France has 1.5 million citizens living in the Indo-Pacific. They are a key nuclear power. They're going to be really critical in this coordinated pushback against Beijing. So whether he likes it or not, Emmanuel Macron for the next 5 years is going to be one of the key partners of Australia, and what it's doing is shining the light on the fact that there was this real horrible spat over submarines.
Major cracks have emerged over the coalition's climate policy.
We have committed to a pathway to 2050, okay? We have committed.
Morrison's document is a flexible plan. It leaves us wiggle room.
Yeah, well, the net zero thing is all sort of dead anyway.
Just weeks before the election, the Morrison government's trying to hose down a new internal fight about climate change, which has blown up over its net zero commitment.
That's his view. It's no surprise. He's held it for a long time. That debate has been done in the coalition.
Yeah, pull your head in, Matt.
Manu, another day on the campaign, another manufacturing plant. And we're sensing a bit of
I wasn't actually quite sure where we
isn't
were.
it? I think this is where they make parts for planes, I believe.
Okay, very good.
You've written a lot about climate change, but it hasn't really featured in the campaign until today. What do you make of the Prime Minister's press conference today?
Well, look, I mean, he's been trying to mop up, I guess the mess that Canavan has left for him. It's an unwelcome distraction for the Prime Minister.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because the PM also always says that he's the one that got the actual deal done. He brought the coalition together. And then in the middle of the campaign, you've got this intervention. It's hardly helpful, is it?
It's not helpful, but, I guess from, Matt Canavan's perspective, he thinks he's saying what needs to be said to keep the coal seats in central Queensland. So he's got his own agenda at play. He's not too worried about Dave Sharma's fate in Wentworth, is he? He's much more concerned about what's happening in Queensland, and he knows the message that he wants to get through to those voters.
And it reminds me of 2019 in one way, when Labor was saying one thing in coal mining communities and another thing in more progressive seats.
Absolutely.
This is the same problem. Matt Canavan's creating the same problem this time around.
Yeah, that's right. And Morrison has been trying to sort of turn the pressure on Labor. Historically, that's been a big problem for them, particularly in Queensland. But at the moment, it's really the coalition that's struggling with those competing messages.
Australia's inflation figures have just been released. Consumer prices jumped 2.1% in the first quarter of the year.
Australians could be paying more in their mortgages within days after the biggest jump in consumer prices in 2 decades.
The annual inflation rate much higher than forecast, much higher than expected.
There's Australia, performing better than all of them when it comes to cost of living pressures.
Real wages are going backwards in this country, more substantially than they are in the US.
This is particularly significant because it's happening in the midst of an election campaign.
What Labor has is a tax, a sneaky carbon tax.
This bloke is so out of touch you'd need the Hubble telescope to find him.
Quick.
Australians are getting absolutely slaughtered by this triple whammy.
Scott Morrison had been copying it from his own side, from Labor. His dream was to get an election about national security and the economy. He's getting both of those, but like with national security, the economic debate isn't going in the direction that the coalition had hoped.
The coalition was very quick to spin those inflation figures, saying it's a result of external pressures, of volatile international pressures, and that we're doing much better than other countries. The reality is, do people care? No, they don't care if people have it harder in France. They know that their groceries are going up by about 7%, meat and fruit and veg, their fuel's gone up by about 35%. So what's happening overseas isn't really going to change voters' minds about this.
Yeah, lived experience when it comes to voters, that's what counts, and that's what the government is dealing with. How does Scott Morrison deal with this? He talks about what they've done, but what they've done is not going to alleviate all of those pressures, which helps the Labor campaign, which has at its core that everything is going up except for your wages.
And potentially next week we will see the Reserve Bank having to make a decision that the poor governor, Philip Lowe's got a shocker on his hands that he has to deal with. If he lifts the cash rate, The coalition will hate him. We'll see what we saw with John Howard in 2007. If he doesn't, he'll be accused of political interference and not doing what's in the best interests of the economy.
Everyone in the coalition seems resigned to the fact that the Reserve Bank is going to lift rates. The question is, by how much? And also, are voters going to punish them for that?
What's empathy training, and have you ever had it?
No, I haven't, Lee.
Can you please stand back a bit? Thank you.
Wasn't it a serious conflict of interest getting involved in any way in that grand process?
It's not just about whether it's within the rules, it's about the way it looks.
Lifting wages will have an impact.
Yeah, but how do you lift wages?
There are 9 ministers for housing in this country. What are they all doing?
1,000 jobs. Address the question.
Now is the time to speak.
7:30, Monday to Thursday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Don't waste your life surfing and smoking pot with a bunch of hippies.
I know guys in Australia who make customized wetsuits and surf trunks who make it work.
Setting alight a national service uniform in an advertisement for surf brand Lightweight.
Men died for that uniform, mate, and you just bloody set it alight.
Do you know what the street value of that little packet is? I need the money. Just walk away.
Barron's. Log in to ABC iView to stream the series.
This election, it's easy to get lost amongst the polls, policies and pledges. Now there's an easy way to find out how your views compare to the major parties. Go online to Vote Compass, answer a few quick questions. You may be surprised where you stand on the political spectrum. Go to abc.net.au/Australia Votes.
I am 94-year-old and still singing every day. When I come to Australia, I couldn't speak English at all. Not one word. So. The most important thing for me to make me happy is my family, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and my garden. I think working in a garden is always essential for me because I grew up on a farm in Italy, and that's why I love it. I think that be around with my grandchildren is the most important thing to my heart, that I love them. I say to the young people, work out what you love to do and do it. I'm Biase Michele. I'm proud to be 94 years young. La dolce vita, the sweet life.
To boost economic growth. Live performance.
Women have been great role models. His family had never lost hope. Contains the genetic material.
Let's talk about inflation. Now, this loaf costs $3.40 at the local supermarket. In the 1980s, when Kylie was topping the charts, this guy was PM, and the world got its first Apple Macintosh, a loaf was counted as 4 pounds of bread, or about 2 kilos, and it would have set you back just 54 cents. So plugging all this into the calculator, the per gram price of bread is now 526% higher than it was back in the 80s. That's way more than it should be. That loaf should be costing us $2.45, according to the average inflation rate over the past 40 years. So that means the humble loaf of bread is actually a symptom of a much bigger problem. These days, there are 3 words on everyone's mind: cost of living. You've probably noticed a big part of your household budget has gone through the roof. It's for fuel. Using the average price of E10, you'd be paying $114 to fill up a 55-litre tank. A year ago, you would have paid about $75. That's a $39 difference, or a huge 52% in just 1 year. How much we pay at the pump comes down to the price of crude oil. When the cost of oil goes up, so does the price of fuel. And we can see pretty big spikes on this graph. And this right here is when Russia invaded Ukraine. Now, Russia is the world's third top supplier of crude oil after the UAE and Saudi Arabia, and supplies about 1/3 of Europe's needs.
As some of the lockdowns started to unwind, there's been an increasing demand for international travel again and transport. Right at that time, when the demand is picking up as well, supply has been disrupted. And since we import most of our fuel and oil, we're seeing that at the pump in Australia.
The problem with higher fuel prices is that it causes a domino effect. So anything that needs to be delivered by land, sea or air also then goes up in price. Now here's a graph showing inflation over the past 10 years. Usually the Reserve Bank aims for a number within the 2 or 3% range to achieve strong and sustainable growth. Officially, inflation is 3.5%, but it looks like it's only going up from here.
We've got ongoing price increases globally, so we're likely to see certainly CPI, I think, with a 5 in front of it, and it may even go higher than that. The risk, of course, is that as prices go up in one spot, they flow through to other spots.
What's interesting is that the cost of things we need has gone up much faster than the cost of things we could maybe do without. So think of the difference between food, fuel and childcare versus a new phone or new clothes. In economist land, they call that non-discretionary and discretionary spending.
They are things that people need to buy effectively. With other things, maybe you can substitute to a lower priced good or service. But with essentials, you don't really have much choice.
In the last quarter, the inflation on essentials was more than double that of non-essentials, and that's been true over a longer period of time as well. This is what it looks like on a graph over 15 years. But even that higher figure for essentials doesn't stack up to what we're actually seeing at the supermarket today. For beef mince, this time last year, you would have paid $11.50 for a 500 gram pack from Coles. Now, the same product is $13. That's a 13% increase. That celery you picked up for your green juice is costing you $5.90 for a bunch, instead of the $3.50 you would have paid this time last year, and that stacks up to a 70% increase in cost.
We've seen obviously in Australia floods where transport costs for food have gone up significantly. We've had this issue with fertiliser globally, a global shortage. You add to that mix, of course, what's happening in Ukraine with the Russian invasion. It's a big producer of food. That's also adding pressure to food prices.
Many Australians don't really know what it's like living with high inflation. In the 1970s, it got as high as 17%. One of the reasons it stayed so low since then is China. Around the 1990s, almost everything we wear or use started being made over in China. It meant lower prices, allowing banks to keep cutting interest rates.
You know, we opened up our borders, we opened up trade, and those competitive pressures have kept prices down. So we've seen things like clothing and footwear, for example, you know, a lot lower prices than you would have paid comparatively 30 years ago.
Now, all this would be fine if you actually got paid more to keep up with the price hikes. Problem is, you're not. Annual wage growth is about 2%. There's still a long way to go to catch up with inflation.
In Australia, wages have been mostly stagnant for the past 10 years.
There's a number of reasons for that. We have a public sector. Governments have put a real cap on wages. There's less competition in terms of less pressure for private sector companies to increase wages to match the public sector. And then we've also seen a real drop-off in enterprise bargaining.
And just to complicate things even more, even talking about higher inflation can make it come true. So if people start expecting higher prices, they adjust their habits.
So expectations can change behaviour. If people expect prices to go up going forward, they're going to bargain for higher wages to match that, to try to keep their purchasing power high. It can also change the timing of purchases. If you think that something is going to be more expensive in 3 months' time, well, there's an incentive to go out and buy it now.
So how do we get ourselves out of this spiral? Well, we're in election season, and elections are typically when you see cash being splashed around. But sending money through the system can actually end up making things worse.
So the sort of things we don't want to see are one-off payments, particularly to households, particularly of a value that will really increase demand for goods and services across the economy. It will mean the Reserve Bank has to move earlier and faster in terms of interest rates to keep inflation under control.
If you're giving checks to households who are really feeling like their budgets are being squeezed, and it enables them to just buy the same amount of goods but at this higher price level, you might not have the same kind of inflationary effects as broad-based cash for everyone.
So interest rates are the best tool that we have. When the Reserve Bank raises interest rates, it makes borrowing more expensive for the banks. The banks then pass that on to their customers, who end up paying more to borrow money. So you might think twice, for instance, about buying a car if getting a loan would be just too expensive.
What we'll see the Reserve Bank do is a slow increase over the next sort of 6 to 12 months. They'll want to make sure that they don't cut off economic growth while still making sure that they're sort of keeping that inflation in check.
But it's worth having a bit of perspective. Compared to other countries, we're still doing pretty well to keep inflation under control. In places like the UK, the US and Germany, inflation is up about 6%, and it's getting worse. But that's little comfort for anyone here who's feeling the pinch. Fuel, food and other price increases, like buying a car or building that new house, the list just goes on. And we're left wondering, just how bad is it going to get?
Comedian Griff Rhys-Jones is taking in an immense, huge and almighty land.
This truly is Canada. Magnificent.
The only way.
Oh! Did you hear that?
He knows how.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Thank you.
What we're using is what nature provides.
It looks like magic to me.
Griff's Canadian Adventure, Saturday at 6 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Building a home causes a range of emotions.
What's mad? Wow.
Some visions are meticulously planned.
Every inch so well crafted.
This is exactly what I hoped it would be.
That is magic. I mean, proper magic.
Others just go with the flow.
Drunken eBay purchase. It's going to be really urban meets rural.
How are you going to do it? Not sure yet.
All new grand designs. Sunday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Liam, this is Andy, and he's the father of our child.
Welcome, the love of my life, but also now very old.
We've been neighbours for years.
And yet I barely know you.
Sometimes life just happens.
I'm having my baby.
It arrives.
We can't go on like this.
I know. And you just have to deal with it.
Go find yourself. I feel like a therapist.
You make a terrible therapist.
There's a whole part of me you've never seen.
Life. Sunday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
For the latest on the federal election, go to ABC News Digital.
Policy announcements and how they impact you.
Profiles of every electorate, including yours.
Anthony Green's guide to the key seats.
You Ask, We Answer is back, and you can see what other Australians are asking.
There's our new Get Ready to Vote checklist, plus live blogs and notifications so you won't miss a thing.
For election news that matters to you, go to abc.net.au/Australia Votes or download the ABC News app.
The major banks don't waste any time passing on higher interest rates to borrowers. Out of the classroom and onto the streets of Sydney, frustrated teachers rally for better pay. Protests in the US in the wake of revelations the US Supreme Court could overturn Roe v. Wade. And the race for the Premier's Plate still alive after one of the biggest upsets in A-League history. This is ABC Late News. Hello, I'm Tyne Logan. The major banks have wasted no time passing on higher interest rates to home loan borrowers. They've been slower and less clear about increasing deposit rates for savers and upcoming changes to business loans.
Business at this florist is booming, but there are less rosy times ahead. Interest rates are on the rise, and that means less money in people's pockets.
We rely on the customers to bring in the money so we could pay for electricity, water, rent, to feed ourselves, to put food on the table, to pay our staff.
All four of the big banks will pass on the interest rate hike in full to home loan borrowers. Existing customers with an average variable rate will see it jump from 2.92% to 3.17%. The main lenders are yet to make a call on business loans. They've also been slow to lift rates for savers, announcing just some accounts will benefit.
Deposits are at an all-time high on the back of COVID. In fact, the deposits from households is now totalling $1.26 trillion. But the irony is, the more money we save, the less likely the banks are to offer competitive rates.
The big question is, how high will rates go? The nation's biggest lender expects the cash rate to hit 1.6% by February next year. The Reserve Bank says it could climb to 2.5% over time. It's a far cry from the RBA's repeated assurances that it wouldn't rise until 2024.
The Reserve Bank did give a clear signal to businesses and homeowners that rates would be lower for longer. It needs to always frame things in terms of uncertainties, and I think in this case they made a big mistake in not doing that.
This cafe owner agrees. He's about to be hit on several fronts.
I've got every loan you can think of, actually. I've got a home loan, business loan, etc.
And he's got a message for politicians.
Just help us. I mean, we had 2 years of pain.
More cost of living pressures served up on the eve of a federal election. Rihanna Whitson, ABC News.
And the rate rise is still reverberating on the campaign trail, with Labor arguing it's further fuelled what it calls the coalition's cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister's responded by promising to protect pensioners and telling bank bosses to boost the interest on savings. Here's political reporter Jane Norman.
Look out. There we go.
Adding fuel to a heated cost of living debate, the Reserve Bank's rate hike landed like a thud in the middle of the campaign.
Scott Morrison seems to think that people have got it easy.
With rising rates and inflation, Labor's telling households to channel their anger at the Prime Minister.
Scott Morrison has an excuse for everything and a plan for nothing.
Scott Morrison insisting the coalition's plan has shielded voters from the worst of it.
The Labor Party is trying to con the Australian people. What's happening in the Australian economy and the global economy is real. You can't wish it away.
Trying to turn the rate rise into a positive for self-funded retirees and deposit holders.
My message to the banks is to give them a fair go.
While promising to protect pensioners by freezing deeming rates, leaving payments unaffected by interest rates, quickly matched by Labor.
This is a recognition that people are doing it really tough.
The Labor Party is simply trying to sneak into government and to copy our policies.
Going head to head, the two numbers men were eye to eye on the biggest economic challenge.
Wages are nowhere near keeping up with inflation.
The Reserve Bank said that they are seeing evidence of wages rising.
In lifting interest rates, the Reserve Bank hailed the resilience of the economy, which in different circumstances might have been presented as a sign that life is returning to normal after the pandemic. But in the middle of a campaign, when households are already stretched, it's a blow for the government and helps fuel Labor's attacks that it's presided over a cost of living crisis. On day 24, one of Labor's most high-profile women finally appeared alongside the Labor leader.
I've been travelling around the country, working very hard.
Dispelling rumours she's been sidelined.
I've got my education spokesperson here. Who is Scott Morrison's education spokesperson?
It's Alan Tudge.
A minister in self-imposed exile. Jane Norman, ABC News, Canberra.
Frustrated teachers have taken to the streets in Sydney's CBD, rallying for better pay and conditions. The statewide strike forced some schools to shut. The New South Wales Education Minister criticised the action, saying teachers just need to wait a little longer for a new pay offer.
Angry, frustrated and exhausted. Thousands of teachers went on strike, flooding Macquarie Street. There were 15 regional rallies too, from Newcastle to Coffs Harbour and in Dubbo, all calling for higher wages and more staff in schools.
We are under the pump, we are overworked, we are exhausted.
From those just starting out to industry stalwarts.
I retired a year ago, but I still feel so passionately about this action.
The strike meant some schools were closed today, others had minimal supervision.
Homeschooling with this one showed everyone how it was, how hard it was, and yeah, they just deserve that support from us.
Teachers say students suffer all year because of staff shortages, and that problem is driven by low salaries.
With inflation surging across the country, driving up the cost of living, the union says it is essential that teachers get a pay rise of more than 2.5%.
The state government has a long-standing wage cap policy, but that could be reviewed in June's state budget.
The industrial action today did not need to go ahead. We are working through issues in relation to our wages policy.
Labor won't say what it would give teachers.
Dominic Perrottet's advisors are paid twice the amount of the most experienced school principal.
Negotiations started more than a year ago, and teachers will have to wait at least another month for their next pay offer. Phoebe Bowden, ABC News, Sydney.
Authorities are investigating fraudulent claims for disaster payments in the wake of floods in Queensland and New South Wales. Experts say scam activity increases after a natural disaster hits.
This year, floodwaters hit Gympie twice in just 2 months. But as waters receded, the letters came flooding in.
8, 9, 10, 11, there's 12 there.
Gympie pensioner Len Kipax is one of a number of residents who've received letters from government agencies addressed to strangers.
I've lived here for 20 years and I've never heard of these people.
In the past few weeks, he's received more than 30. His only roommate is his dog, Boss.
Another one today. Marvellous.
Ange Gillam has also been receiving mystery letters at her home.
It was really quite dodgy, but I know for a fact that these people have never lived in this home.
Experts say the letters are likely to be part of fraudulent applications for disaster assistance. Scammers use an address in an affected town to apply for healthcare and concession cards and lodge claims for flood payments.
Often it's the address that matters most because you need to situate yourself within the disaster to access payments. That's often a starting point.
Flood-affected Lismore is also being targeted.
Whenever there is a disaster, unfortunately natural or man-made, we do tend to see scams and fraud follow it.
Services Australia says it's aware of fraudulent claims and is investigating. It's upsetting for those who know locals truly in need of help.
I hear those stories every single day of how much they've lost. And yeah, to hear that people are taking advantage of them, yeah, really, really breaks my heart.
Meg Bolton, ABC News, Gympie.
In the US, a wave of protests has been set off by a leaked Supreme Court document which suggests abortion rights could be struck down. Chief Justice John Roberts has confirmed the document is genuine but clarified it doesn't represent the court's final decision. Pro-choice advocates fear tens of millions of women will lose the legal right to abortion if the landmark Roe versus Wade decision is overturned. North America correspondent Barbara Miller reports from Washington.
Many of these protesters have only known an America where there was a constitutional right to abortion, but that could be about to change.
Everyone should be here today. This is an attack on all people who can get pregnant.
A leaked document from the Supreme Court suggests after almost 50 years, the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling will be overturned.
I will say that as a person who wishes to end abortion in our land, that I am pleased with the results.
The draft opinion states that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. Its reasoning was exceptionally weak. The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision.
You know, if this decision holds, it's really quite a radical decision.
The president says he'll work on legislation in Congress to guarantee the right to abortion if Roe is overturned.
We have to work together.
But some activists say there's no time to go through the normal procedures.
Listen, if President Biden has to use the power of the, executive orders or whatever he needs, this is a 5-alarm emergency.
Getting legislation through Congress would be incredibly difficult, even with the Democrats' current numbers. But the issue is pressing for the party because there's a raft of states who are primed to totally ban abortion if Roe v. Wade is overturned when the court publishes its final decision, likely at the end of next month. The court has confirmed the leaked document is authentic and announced an investigation. But for many people, the whodunit, today at least, is of little consequence because it's unlikely to change the outcome. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Washington.
A new evacuation attempt is underway in Mariupol. Ukrainian officials say a convoy of buses has left the ruined city as the UN and Red Cross coordinate another rescue mission. About 150 people have been evacuated from the city's besieged steelworks plant so far, but many more are still trapped in desperate conditions. Europe correspondent Nick Dole reports from Dnipro in Ukraine.
Relief and refuge. For months, these evacuees sheltered under the steel plant in Mariupol, not knowing if they'd ever get out.
Every night we went to sleep thinking whether we would wake up the next day.
When the shelling started, I was taken to the plant. They said it was safe there, but then it was encircled and we couldn't leave.
A ceasefire has allowed busloads of civilians to escape to the relative safety of Zaporizhia.
They've been living for 2 months in shelters with hardly any food, lack of water, didn't have a, decent bath for 2 months.
Russia has resumed the assault on the Azovstal steel plant, where hundreds of Ukrainians are still trapped. This man, still inside the plant, says he found 2 bodies and saw dozens injured in a series of explosions.
See what happened? These 2 girls. What have they suffered for?
Heavy fighting in Kharkiv is making it difficult to recover the bodies of the victims of Russia's aggression. Ukraine's second-largest city has seen no reprieve since the start of the invasion. In the western city of Lviv, which has largely been spared so far, airstrikes have hit power stations, injuring several people and cutting off electricity in many districts. It's hoped more evacuation corridors will be set up, including those in Mariupol, but progress is slow. 100,000 people are still stranded in this ruined city.
They tell us to keep waiting. How can I leave my home? Let them blow me up here.
Each day brings more horrific proof that nowhere in Ukraine is safe right now. Nick Dole, ABC News, Dnipro.
The Prime Minister's shrugged off criticism he's a buffoon for labelling the New South Wales anti-corruption watchdog a kangaroo court. Scott Morrison also denies he's broken an election promise from the last campaign in failing to set up a federal integrity commission. From Canberra, political reporter Matthew Doran.
Yes, look at all those pretty lights. During a campaign, leaders are under the watchful gaze of all Australians.
Yes, hello, you're keeping a good eye on me, aren't you?
While receiving some frank feedback too.
Those buffoons who have repeatedly described this commission as a kangaroo court, it is deeply offensive to the hard-working staff of the commission.
A man whose workplace has been repeatedly pilloried by the Prime Minister, insistent Mr Morrison doesn't know how his agency works.
It undermines the institution.
He can say whatever he likes. I'm not easily offended.
It's an extraordinary statement to make.
The Prime Minister not repeating his colourful criticism today, even though it has featured on the campaign.
I'm not going to introduce a kangaroo court. I stand by what I've said. I just don't think that their model is the right model at a federal level.
The Prime Minister's objection, public hearings, which he claims tore down a popular premier in Gladys Berejiklian. Labor argues open inquiries are vital.
The reason why there is no National Anti-Corruption Commission is sitting all in his front bench and behind him.
The Prime Minister has legislation ready to go, but it's friendless, considered weak and secretive, and he's refusing to introduce it to Parliament unless Labor expressly backs it first. The Prime Minister's possible calculation here is that matters of integrity are further down the list of priorities for voters. And while that may be true in parts of the country, some of his colleagues are nervous about his language, particularly those facing challenges from independent candidates campaigning on an anti-corruption platform.
Would you use the words kangaroo court to describe that body?
I would use different words.
Labor's pledging to legislate an integrity body within 6 months if it wins office. Matthew Doran, ABC News, Canberra.
Patient groups say the focus in this election needs to urgently shift to health. Both major parties have announced a few health initiatives, but experts say there's been nothing substantial so far that would significantly improve patient care. National Medical reporter Sophie Scott explains.
Health's been top of most people's minds the last 2 years.
Roll up your sleeve nice and high if you can, please.
With the system under unprecedented strain.
Well done.
We've seen really no clear vision from either party as to how the very foreseeable challenges that are ahead of us and that, of course, are here with us right now are going to be addressed by a future government.
So what has been announced? Both sides say they'll cut the cost of drugs on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. The maximum price is currently $42.50. The coalition will slash that by $10, Labor by $12.50.
We know that people are foregoing healthcare now because they've got to buy food, they've got to buy petrol, they've got to pay their rent.
Both sides have also promised to increase access to the seniors' health card. So far, the coalition has promised $146 million to better support the rural workforce and expand rural medical care. Labor has pledged $135 million for 50 after-hours urgent care centres to keep people out of hospitals. The coalition says it supported GPs and patients by making telehealth permanent. Labor says it will support more overseas trained doctors to increase access to care in outer suburban and regional centres. But many health experts say this won't fix the core issues. Patient groups want Medicare revamped so patients with chronic conditions can get coordinated care from various practitioners, all at a nominated GP practice.
Which political party is going to deliver a healthcare system that is more equitable but is sustainable going forward? I think these are the questions that Australians want answered.
The parties have less than 3 weeks to answer them before election day. Sophie Scott, ABC News.
Western Australia has recorded its highest ever daily number of COVID-19 cases with 9,782 new infections. The previous peak was recorded more than a month ago on March 29th. The rising number comes less than a week after the indoor mask mandate and most other COVID restrictions were removed in WA.
Mask-free, but far from COVID-free. Cases peaked in late March, but just 5 days after restrictions were eased, WA has topped that record with almost 10,000 infections.
There's a warning to both the government and the people of Western Australia that COVID is not over.
Many weren't surprised.
Well, no one's wearing masks, so, I mean, everyone's going to get sick at some point, so.
No, I thought when we lost the masks, the numbers would definitely go up.
I mean, we're all wandering around without any mask on, so it's probably no surprise.
And it should be no shock to the Premier.
It was in black and white in the Chief Health Officer's advice that relaxing the mask mandate and other rules should be done only in the full knowledge that it could lead to more cases, hospitalisations and further peaks. Whether the numbers keep rising remains to be seen.
For now, there'll be no change to the rules, a relief for hospitality businesses, because very few people are falling seriously ill.
And it's been remarkable, actually, that no matter where the numbers go in terms of case numbers, that those ICU numbers stay relatively flat and relatively low, around 10 or under 10.
The Telethon Kids Institute and Curtin University are busy updating modelling to see if it'll stay that way. But one early observation is WA is entering a danger zone for older people. who are typically infected after the virus moves through younger age groups.
Older patients do have a greater risk of comorbidities and a greater risk of worse disease with COVID. So if the numbers are going up significantly in the older cohort, then it could lead to an increased number of hospitalisations.
The AMA says any more than 350 COVID patients could overwhelm the hospital system. Until now, that number's been steady at around 240. James Carmody, ABC News.
Singer Guy Sebastian has begun giving evidence in a Sydney court against his former manager. Titus Day is accused of stealing $1 million from his former client, but his lawyers claim the charges are misconceived and authorities may have been seduced by Guy Sebastian's high profile in pursuing their investigation.
After a 2.5-year wait, Guy Sebastian today had his voice heard in court.
Sorry guys, can't speak.
He stared down the man who was by his side during his meteoric rise to fame after Australian Idol. For a decade, Titus Day managed the chart-topping singer until a hostile breakup. Mr Day was arrested at his Bondi home in 2020 and is standing trial in the district court accused of embezzling over $1 million from Mr Sebastian. The jury was shown bank transfer records which the Crown says prove Guy Sebastian wasn't paid, either in part or full, for multiple performances. They include a Taylor Swift tour and a private wedding in Venice. Mr Sebastian told the jury Titus Day took control of almost every aspect of his professional affairs, including the execution of contracts. Crown Prosecutor David Morters SC asked, was it the case that you read through every document that was presented for you to sign? No, Mr Sebastian replied. He went on to say, one of the benefits of my manager was he was a contract lawyer, so I trusted he wouldn't do so unless it was ready to be signed. Defence lawyer Dominic Toomey SC told the jury there is an answer to every one of the charges Titus Day is facing. He even questioned whether investigators were willfully blind or seduced by Guy Sebastian's high profile. The music star will take the stand again tomorrow. Jake Lapham, ABC News, Sydney.
Australian rapper The Kid Laroi has won 3 top accolades at the APRA Music Industry Awards in Melbourne. The 18-year-old performer won the peer-voted Song of the Year for Stay, a collaboration with Justin Bieber, along with awards for Most Performed Hip-Hop Rap category and Songwriter of the Year.
I really appreciate the support, and I want to give a quick shout out to all the fans back home. And yeah, I'm stoked to be on my way back, and I can't wait to perform at the end of the world tour for all you guys.
11 Australian songwriters claimed awards across 15 categories. Genesis Owusu won Breakthrough Songwriter of the Year for his debut album Smiling With No Teeth, and The Wiggles took home the Ted Albert Award for Outstanding Services to Australian Music. Melbourne City has missed the chance to secure the Premier's plate after Perth Glory stunned the ladder leader 2-0 in one of the biggest upsets in A-League history. City went in against the Wooden Spooner knowing a win would secure the prize for finishing first, but fell behind early thanks to a stunning goal from Callum Timmins. Glory goalkeeper Liam Reddy pulled off a remarkable save to keep the Glory's lead intact. Timmins then added a second midway through the second half. The result means City and its 2 Victorian neighbours, Melbourne Victory and Western United, all go into the final round of the season with a chance of winning the Premier's plate. It's been a double Australian surfing victory at the Margaret River Pro in Western Australia, with the Sunshine Coast's Isabella Nichols and Margaret River's Jack Robinson winning the championship. Robinson rose to the occasion against 2-time former world champion and event favourite, Hawaiian John Florence. He took the win in front of his home crowd with a stunning combination of powerful carves and progressive surfing. On her second year on the World Surf League Tour, 24-year-old Nichols beat Hawaii's Gabriella Bryan and now moves to 4th on the ladder.
Honestly, I don't feel like
this moment's real right now. I've dreamt about this my whole life, and for this to actually be happening right now, I feel like I'm still in bed at home asleep.
After seeing the biggest waves of the Australian leg of the championship tour in Margaret River, competitors will travel to Indonesia for the next event. Now for the weather with Paul Higgins.
Well, during today, an inland trough has been triggering some showers and thunderstorms across parts of New South Wales and southern Queensland. Tomorrow, that trough will move east, so the rain will move near the coast Thursday and Friday, especially over the northeast of New South Wales and southeast Queensland. Tasmania will have soaking rain from Thursday afternoon into Friday, with a low winding up nearby. Closer in, dry in western Queensland, but the chance of showers elsewhere, especially over central and southeast parts. Afternoon showers in Brisbane. A few showers over the eastern half of New South Wales, especially in the northeast and the far southeast. Snow on the Alps down to 1,000 metres by the evening. In Canberra, a shower or two. Sydney will have afternoon showers. A shower or two for southern and mountain Victoria, and a few showers inland from mid-morning. Snow down to 900 metres later. In Melbourne, an afternoon shower or two. Showers over Tasmania, increasing the rain in western, southern and central areas tomorrow evening. 10 to 30 millimetres on the way to Hobart from lunchtime. Cool in SA, a few showers mostly about the southern agricultural area and near the Gulf coasts, the mid-north and also the southern Flinders Ranges, and a few showers for Adelaide. Most of southern Western Australia is in for a dry Thursday, but there will be some showers about the south coast and the Euclid coast. The chance of a shower or storm over the northern interior and eastern Pilbara, and possible showers about the Arnhem, northern Daly and Tiwi as well. In Darwin, mostly sunny.
And that's ABC Late News. It's been a pleasure having your company this evening. Have a great night.
Building a home causes a range of emotions.
What? Mad? Wow.
Some visions are meticulously planned.
Every inch so well crafted. This is exactly what I hoped it would be. That is magic. I mean, proper magic.
Others just go with the flow.
Drunken eBay purchase. It's going to be really urban meets rural.
How are you going to do it? Not sure yet.
All new grand designs. Sunday on ABC TV and ABC iView. Tuesday.
Justice Opaz was shot with a .22 caliber weapon.
A must-see true crime series begins.
There's some people who are so disturbed by a marriage breakdown, they seek revenge.
How did an abusive husband get away with murder?
I gotta run, or else he's gonna kill me.
For more than 30 years.
This series of crimes is unparalleled in Australian history.
The Family Court Murders, Tuesday 8:30 on ABC TV and on ABC iView.
I am a 94-year-old and still singing every day. When I come to Australia, I couldn't speak English at all, not one word. So. The most important thing for me to make me happy is my family, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and my garden. I think working in a garden is always essential for me because I grew up on a farm in Italy. That's why I love it. I think that be around with my grandchildren is the most important thing to my heart, that I love them. I say to the young people, work out what you love to do and do it. I'm Biase Michele. I'm proud to be 94 years young. La dolce vita, the sweet life. Welcome to the program. The Prime Minister's escalated his attack on proposals for a powerful federal anti-corruption watchdog. Scott Morrison's under pressure on the election campaign for his failure to fulfil a previous election promise to set up a national integrity body. Here's political reporter James Glenday.
I think you're going to be really surprised how few people say, you know what's really worrying me here in Inverell today, an integrity commission.
Which one integrity commission are you committing to it?
Well, you asked me about priorities, and I'll talk about what my priorities are. Jobs, 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 and jobs.
As the Prime Minister and his deputy have campaigned around the country, they've repeatedly downplayed voter interest in a federal anti-corruption watchdog and attacked the model used in New South Wales.
I'm not going to introduce a kangaroo court.
But despite their desire to portray this as a niche issue, there is anger that an independent institution is being so publicly derided, even drawing a rare rebuke from a current ICAC commissioner.
Those buffoons who have repeatedly described this commission as a kangaroo court, I would say three things. First, it is deeply offensive. Second, there are vast differences between the functions of the commission and a court, as the Chief Commissioner has pointed out. Third matter, I should say, is to make uninformed comments that this commission is a kangaroo court has a real capacity to undermine the commission's work and, just as importantly, public confidence in public administration.
The next day, the New South Wales Premier joined the pushback against the Prime Minister.
When we do have opinions and we do raise concerns, we need to do so in a way that doesn't undermine confidence in our integrity agencies.
And today, even the Treasurer didn't fully back in the PM.
Would you use the words kangaroo court to describe that body?
I would use different words.
But Scott Morrison had already doubled down in a newspaper interview, claiming the unintended consequences of an ill-thought-through integrity commission are very dangerous, and warning it could make Australia some kind of public autocracy with faceless officials wielding too much power.
Firstly, your reaction to being called a buffoon, and secondly, is this why Josh Frydenberg has said that he would choose his words differently when describing ICAC to the way that you've described it?
Well, I stand by what I've said about why I don't think that model is a good model for the federal jurisdiction. He can say whatever he likes. He can say whatever he likes. I'm not easily offended.
It is still unclear precisely what Scott Morrison actually means by the term public autocracy. His team did not respond to 730's request for clarification, but the phrase sounds scary, and quite a few people think that's probably the point.
I think it's a rubbish phrase that doesn't really mean anything at all, and it's designed to scare the public away from a body which would hold this government to account and to prevent the misuse of taxpayers' money in these enormous grant schemes which the government presently is using.
The Prime Minister promised to introduce a corruption watchdog ahead of the last election. But the opposition and crossbench wouldn't back his proposal, which did not allow for public hearings for politicians, like those faced by former New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian, and the proposal was never voted on.
It is not something that is trying to trial people in the media. It's not about who your boyfriend is or things like that.
The Prime Minister refused to modify that legislation to make it fit for purpose. This entirely sits in the hands of Scott Morrison. He walked away from establishing a robust Federal Integrity Commission, and the people of Australia can only be left with one question, and that is, why is the Prime Minister so afraid of scrutiny?
Scott Morrison today said any commission should be focused on finding criminal behaviour rather than looking at whether taxpayer cash is being used to pork barrel or win over marginal electorates. But integrity campaigners like former Supreme Court Judge Stephen Charles say a corruption watchdog must be able to examine grant programs such as the sports rorts scandal.
The coalition's model is a sham. It is designed to ensure that politicians are not investigated for misconduct in public spending.
The PM has made it very clear he does not want to compromise, arguing there are more state than federal portfolio responsibilities that are open to corruption, things such as development approvals or liquor licences, though some federal MPs don't think that's a good enough reason not to have a watchdog.
I think what we're all absolutely sick and tired of is the politicisation of grants, public money used for party political gain. That's not okay. It's not okay on any level.
If elected, the opposition is vowing it'll legislate a powerful commission before the end of the year.
This Prime Minister just dismisses any integrity issues. What is very clear is that if Australians want a national anti-corruption commission and to clean up politics, They need a Labor government to do so.
A few Liberals facing challenges from Labor or high-profile independents today told 7:30 the Prime Minister's language was not particularly helpful to their cause. Data from the ABC's Vote Compass survey shows nearly half, or 49%, of all Australians think that corruption in this country is very much a problem. It certainly isn't the most important issue in many voters' minds, but a number of marginal seat MPs in the government are aware it's one they can't simply ignore.
The ABC's Vote Compass survey is running through the campaign. It's a tool to help you explore how your views align with the major parties. To take part, head to abc.net.au/Australia Votes. Elections in the wealthy southeast Melbourne electorate of Goldstein are usually pretty predictable. The seat's been held by the coalition for decades. But this time, the sitting Liberals being forced to fight thanks to the arrival of one of the so-called teal independents. Ashlyn McGee reports.
Welcome to Goldstein, where the sun is rising on one of the fiercest battles this election.
Morning.
Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
This is a grassroots community campaign. People are so excited about it and more people are joining every day and the community wants something different.
Yeah, nice to meet you. See ya.
We're not running an AstroTurf campaign. Ours is based on a long period of hard work connected to the community and support because we represent the values of the community. We're not trying to change the community.
The sitting MP, Tim Wilson, is facing a well-funded challenge from Zoe Daniel. She's one of those so-called teal independents, and she's a former ABC journalist. We once worked together in the same newsroom.
The fact that they've put a lot of effort into campaigning there and spending a lot of money tells you that the seat is in play.
Tim Wilson is fighting for a third term as the member for Goldstein.
Well, thanks everybody and good morning. Back, what are we, week 3? 4.
It's the first time his seat is seriously under threat.
I've never taken the seat for granted. I've always worked very closely and it's really one of those times where the 6 years of hard work all comes back because people know who I am, they know what I stand for, they know I've done the work. Oh, hi Pamela, Tim Wilson calling your local federal member of parliament, how are you? Oh, good. There is one thing that's different at this election, and this time we've got one so-called independent candidate spending $1.2 million from external funding in their own right to try and saturate and buy our community like it's an acquisition in a trust fund.
2 kilometres down the road, Zoe Daniel's Brighton campaign office is bustling.
What we'd like to do, we normally start off with sort of highlights of the week that we've had.
I never expected to run for politics and I certainly wouldn't have run for either of the major parties. I think with the background that I have, I am a good fit for this.
It may be a grassroots campaign, but it's swimming in big money.
We've raised just over 1.2 million and about 470,000 of that, when I last looked, was from Climate 200.
Climate 200 is the lobby group funding many of the independent candidates.
It has no impact on my policy positions.
But at Zoe Daniel's morning campaign meeting, there's a familiar face at the table.
Climate 200's media advisor Jim Middleton was in your meeting this morning, so that's a very close relationship.
Well, no, Jim Middleton works on my campaign. Jim Middleton is my political advisor.
Who's paying him?
Our campaign is paying Jim Middleton.
But Jim Middleton also works for Climate 200.
It's a separate relationship, and this is on the public record. Jim Middleton is a person that I've known for 30 years. He's been a trusted mentor to me.
So to an outsider, that looks like there's not much independence from Climate 200.
I'm quite strong-willed, so I can stand up for myself, and I'm not feeling any pressure from Climate 200 via anyone to do what they want.
Right. Okay, team.
Zoe Daniel is publishing most donations on her website. But Tim Wilson won't reveal his until he's legally required to after the election. What's your campaign budget this time round?
Well, we don't talk about dollars, but I can tell you that we're not far off where we normally are.
Why don't you want to talk about money?
Why? Well, because we don't normally reveal our campaign budget, but I can assure you...
We're talking about your opponent and you're saying she's spending $1.2 million. Well...
She's bragging about it.
But how do we know you're not spending the same?
Well, because you can see we're not buying, billboards all along the Nepean Highway. It's all automated, yeah.
The Liberal first preference vote's been above 50% in Goldstein for decades. What the independents have to do in a seat like Goldstein is force the Liberal vote under 50%, force it to preferences. And you've got to force it under 45 so an independent who gets, say, 30, 35% of the vote can win on preferences. So it's a two-stage process.
Individual seat polls aren't always accurate, but one this week had the two candidates neck and neck on the primary vote. The Greens and Labor have preferenced the independents. Labor's also running a candidate here, Martin Abbott, but he's missing in action.
Hello, leave a short message and a contact number and I'll call you back soon.
He cancelled on 7:30, just hours before filming.
Well, we've left a few messages for him now. Hopefully this time he calls us back.
The only sign we found of him was this one hanging from his family home.
We'll kick things off with Martin Abbott from the Australian Labor Party.
But he did attend a climate debate last week. In terms of some of the issues that the community is raising, a big one is climate change. Is net zero dead?
That's absurd. We've given ironclad commitment to net zero by 2050. The best thing that, frankly, the community can do to make sure there's stronger action on climate change is to send me back to Canberra.
But how does that get stronger action? That gets the same action.
The best thing we can do to cut greenhouse gas emissions is put in place practical steps for delivery.
I would like Zoe to tell me what...
Zoe Daniels also facing trouble over a letter she co-signed criticising the Israeli government's treatment of journalists.
Did Zoe say we're wrong and she realises now?
But you're saying essentially the issue here was how the letter was received, not how it was intended. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. I mean, I think you're trying to turn it into a binary thing. I signed the letter for particular reasons. The way the letter was framed was not ideal.
But this is a campaign in full flight.
All right. That's very mature of you. Dearie, mate.
Both candidates say it's been a dirty campaign and their homes have been targeted.
There is active digging of dirt by those who don't want me to win, to try to destroy my reputation.
They're all piling in, and I know that they don't like my campaign against retiree tax at the last election. I get that makes me a target.
You think it's a revenge campaign?
Resolutely, it's a revenge campaign.
The seats that independents have won in the last decade, like Indi and Warringah, both had MPs who were unpopular or had been there a long time. The question with Goldstein, does Tim Wilson fit in that category?
Today, the US Supreme Court confirmed the authenticity of a leaked draft of its decision to overturn one of the most famous legal precedents in American history, Roe versus Wade. It was the case that legalised abortion in America, and it's been a lightning rod in the culture wars ever since. Sarah Ferguson reports from Washington.
Oyez, oyez, oyez. All persons having business before the Honourable the Supreme Court of the United States, for the court is now sitting.
Last December, Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, one of the minority left-leaning judges, issued a warning from the bench that a decision to overturn Roe versus Wade would threaten the integrity of America's highest court.
Will this institution survive the stench that this creates, that the Constitution and its reading
are just political acts.
There's no question the leaked draft judgment penned by Justice Alito and circulated to his colleagues is provocatively political, claiming that Roe was egregiously wrong from the start and must be overruled.
I was not surprised by the result, but I am surprised by the vehemence of the opinion. It's very broad, very filled with the rhetoric of the anti-abortion movement.
This has sweeping implications well beyond abortion that Americans don't understand. And Justice Alito, in the draft opinion, in his very first sentence, called this a moral issue. That signals that this court is fighting the culture wars, not fighting the legal wars.
The vehemence of Alito's draft and its charged rhetoric has redrawn those culture war battle lines.
He has said so much that I, in my involvement for 35 years in the movement, wanted to hear somebody say, and that is Roe versus Wade was wrongly decided.
Chief Justice Roberts was at pains to say the draft text is not final and could change, but a leak of this magnitude is extremely rare, and its audacity has everyone speculating on motive.
Who had the motive to leak this draft? Is it a leaker from the left, from a clerk for one of the more progressive Supreme Court justices who saw that the 5 votes were there to overturn abortion protections and wanted to, raise political hell as quickly as possible?
If this version holds, the Conservative majority will overturn almost 50 years of legal precedent set by the Roe versus Wade decision, which guaranteed a woman's right to an abortion.
It's a law that's significant because it bans forced pregnancies. It says government can't force someone to carry a pregnancy to term against their will.
In some ways, that's the brilliance of Roe. It says that if we can't agree, if there's no consensus on this question, then we leave it to individuals.
The pending decision would represent a huge victory for conservative Republicans, whose pact with Donald Trump could deliver their biggest prize, extinguishing the right to abortion.
I have argued 2 abortion cases in the U.S. Supreme Court.
Lawyer Catherine Colbert, who nearly 30 years ago convinced a conservative Supreme Court to reinforce the Roe decision, says today's conservative judges are far more ideological.
Today, the hallmark of the Republican Party, in my view, is cruelty in many respects. Saying to women, you believe you ought to have children, even if you don't want them, because we think that's what's best for you.
Justice Alito's draft argues that since the word abortion doesn't appear in the Constitution, it shouldn't be protected by it, and the issue should be sent back to the states. Once the decision is final, 26 of those states now seem likely to ban abortion completely.
We have a law that within just a matter of weeks will begin protecting unborn babies from what we consider to be the tragedy of abortion.
We're going to see abortion banned from the east coast of the United States all the way west to Texas, from the northern Canadian border all the way south to the Mexican border, and abortion will be limited to coastal areas or a few liberal states.
The court's anti-abortion stance, so clearly backed by the Republican Party, will now be a political rallying cry for the Democrats in the upcoming midterm elections.
We know that history is on our side, and we know the politics is on our side. And you can be sure in 2022, this is going to be an issue all across the country.
Democrats can easily be too optimistic that this is going to improve their fortunes politically. The abortion issue actually cuts both ways. A lot of socially conservative Hispanic voters are not supportive of abortion rights, and they're moving already in the Republican direction.
The final decision is expected shortly. If it follows the arguments laid out in this extraordinary leaked draft, the stench of politics, as Justice Sotomayor predicted, will cling to the Supreme Court, and calls for its reformation will surely grow stronger.
When you talk to medical experts about what most worries them, the next pandemic is right up there, as is humans building up resistance to antibiotics. In the long term, it could mean we lose the ability to treat common infections. One industry that may be contributing to antibiotic resistance is agriculture. To explain how, Norman Swan reports with producer Alex McDonald.
We run a herd of about 50,000 head of cattle. Our feedlot business is a 10,000 head yard, which feeds cattle off our own production and also for custom clients.
Bryce Cam runs his family's cattle property in Queensland's Darling Downs.
Around some 80% of Australian beef is exported and the remainder ends up here in the domestic market. The great thing about Australian grain-fed beef is its consistency of product and the high-quality nature, and that's why it's in such demand here domestically and around the globe.
This is the only part of Bryce Cam's business where antibiotics are used to treat disease among cattle in the feedlot.
We'll use antibiotics when we have a beast with an ailment. Might have had a cut or an abrasion, or it might have, a respiratory or something like we would call the flu in humans.
Bryce Cam says he tries to limit antibiotic use. The Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority said it restricted the usage of some antibiotics after a review in 2018. While it's responsible for approving antibiotics, it says state and territory regulators monitor their use.
Before we can use an antibiotic on any animal, it has to be authorised or signed off by a veterinarian. Australia has some of the lowest usage of antibiotics in the world.
A new study, commissioned by animal rights not-for-profit World Animal Protection, raises fresh questions about antibiotic resistance in the food chain. Researchers at Melbourne's Monash University tested foods that Australians eat every day and made findings which could have profound implications for human health. Tell me what you did in this study.
So what we did was basically look at the levels of antimicrobial resistance in packaged beef and salmon samples from Australian supermarkets.
The researchers looked at how well antibiotics worked against bacteria in salmon and beef, and also searched for what antibiotic-resistant genes the microorganisms might be harbouring. This is significant because these genes can jump between bacteria and from them to us.
So we're looking at a panel of 96 different genes, and in this machine, it basically allows the levels of those genes in the meat samples to be quantified.
So the theory would be we eat the genes, and the genes mix with our microbiome, the bugs in our bowel, and we have bugs in our bowel that are antibiotic resistant.
Theoretically, that could be a route. Alternatively, you would also have these genes potentially passing into wastewater, for instance, and then also causing environmental contamination.
55% of the beef samples and 39% of the salmon were found to be harbouring resistance to a range of commonly used antibiotics. A spokesperson for the Department of Agriculture said the study's findings are not reflective of antibiotic use in the country's beef and salmon industries. It said several antimicrobials identified in the study are not used by Australia's salmon sector.
We can't really conclude exactly how the antimicrobial resistance in these meats was acquired. What's clear is because of the very high levels of antimicrobial resistance, they were probably exposed to antibiotics at some point, but we can't determine in what context and for what purpose.
So were you surprised at that level? It sounds a lot.
Yes, it's a concern. The levels of antimicrobial resistance in these meats was much more than we're expecting.
Now, it's possible that cooking the meat reduces the risk of transmission, But there could still be huge implications for human health due to rising antibiotic resistance in the food chain.
Are we monitoring enough for this?
No, absolutely not. So what Australia desperately needs is basically an integrated surveillance system for both antimicrobial usage as well as antimicrobial resistance levels. So we also need to be looking at animal health, we need to be looking at food, we need to be looking at the environment.
This is a global problem that could make infections much harder to treat.
Antibiotic resistance is where antibiotics no longer work because the bacteria produce chemicals that inactivate the antibiotic. And that's a real problem. There's people already dying around the world because they're getting infections that we can no longer treat.
Phenomenon called antibiotic resistance.
And as the projections go for the future, they're talking about millions of extra people dying per year because antibiotics don't work.
Coles, Woolworths and Aldi all declined to be interviewed. Food Standards Australia New Zealand said it would be monitoring antibiotic resistance from June of this year as part of a new study looking at antibiotic resistance in Australian food.
It just shows wherever you look, the resistance and the resistance genes are there. So why we have to be very careful with the volumes of antibiotics we allow to be used, the types that are used, and how we let it spread. And if we don't have transparency of what's happening with real-time or near real-time data, then it's very hard to police this and make sure that things aren't happening.
Treating animal diseases is one thing, but antibiotics have long been used to boost animal growth. Bryce Cam is well aware that antibiotic resistance is a serious issue, and he's working hard to avoid making the problem worse.
The use of antibiotics for growth promotion under our stewardship guidelines is a really regulated sector. Antimicrobial resistance and the management of antibiotics, both in human health and animal health, is an emerging issue globally. Something that the beef industry and this industry, it takes very seriously.
The Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority told 730 it generally won't approve antibiotics for growth promotion in cattle. Bryce Cam says more work is being done to understand the impact of antibiotic use in feedlot operations such as this.
Our industry takes the matter very seriously because we understand how crucial it is to maintain the efficacy of those important medicines that we have today. We're very always conscious of emerging issues for consumers and ensuring that we're delivering a safe and nutritious product onto the plate.
You can find full statements from the Department of Agriculture, Food Standards Australia, the Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority and Woolworths on our website. That's the program for tonight. Thanks for your company. Good night.
This truly is Canada.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Thank you. Looks like magic to me.
Griff's Canadian Adventure, Saturday at 6 on ABC TV and ABC iView. A new season brings new joy.
Congratulations.
But it's not all celebration.
Nanatta's house is going private. We have to find another way ahead.
Call the Midwife, Saturday on ABC TV and ABC iView.
My fellow Australians, right now everyone wants to buy your vote. So we're back to show you how your democracy is being sold and bring you all the inside information of how the pollies are trying to spin it to win it. Join our panel of experts, insiders and me, your election guide, Will Anthony Green.
Gruen Nation, next Wednesday on ABC TV and ABC iView. Spoken by Will Anderson and the voiceover guy who has to do this bit as fast as possible.
For the latest on the federal election, go to ABC News Digital.
Policy announcements and how they impact you.
Profiles of every electorate, including yours.
Anthony Green's guide to the key seats.
You ask...